silence takes over, saying all we need to say. There's endless possibilities in the moves we can make. Your kiss is giving every indication. If this heart of mine is right, by the time this night is over, the stars are gonna shine to lovers in love. And when the morning comes, it's gonna find us together in a love that's just begun. By the time this night is over, two hearts are gonna fly to the heavens above, and we get closer and closer and closer by the time this night is over. Let's take a slow and easy ride. Just lay back and let love take us over. There's magic here with you and I, and it's gonna take us all the way. Let's find some kind of deeper conversation. Darling, if it's right, by the time this night is over, the stars are gonna shine to lovers in love. And when the morning comes, it's gonna find us together in a love that's just begun. By the time this night is over, two hearts are gonna fly to the heavens above. We'll get closer and closer and closer by the time this night is over. A night like this may never come again, and you won't want this night to end. Oh baby, we can have it all by the time this night is over. By the time this night is over, the stars are gonna shine to lovers in love. And when the morning comes, it's gonna find us together in a love that's just begun.
Here's a little song I wrote. You might want to sing it note for note. Don't worry, be happy. In every life we have some trouble, but when you worry you make it double. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy now. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Ain't got no place to lay your head. Somebody came and took your bed. Don't worry, be happy. The landlord say your rent is late. He may have to litigate. Don't worry, happy. Look at me, I'm happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Hey, I give you my phone number. When you worry, call me. I make you happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Ain't got no cash, ain't got no style, ain't got no gal to make you smile. But don't worry. Be happy. Cause when you worry, your face will frown, and that will bring everybody down. So don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy now. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy.
May I quickly announce to all participants that are here but are outside to please come inside as we'll be starting in a short while. Please, every participant that is here for this summit that is outside, please would like to encourage you to be in the hall and get seated so that we can tidy up and start in good time. While all the participants and guests that are here seated, please feel free and turn to someone to your left, to your right, and welcome him in your language, please. But please don't abuse anybody. No greeting is more than 30 seconds. Anybody still greeting you, tell him same to you. Jump and pass. Today looks very beautiful. I see everyone with hale and hearty spirits that have come here for this summit. It promises to be a great one, and definitely everything has been put in place for us to really have a great time here. Like I mentioned, in a short while we'll start officially, and we've been joined online by other participants from all walks of life. We'll definitely acknowledge them appropriately when the time comes. National Anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes of medieval, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
Please, you may be seated.
We all put integrity and service with God on our side. We shall attain the dreams of our founding fathers to achieve a tax-driven economy. CITN, CITN, Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, promoting tax compliance culture. CITN is soaring higher. CITN, CITN, Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, promoting tax compliance culture. CITN is soaring higher.
All right, please, we may be seated at this moment. I'm sure you accept my modest apology because I've not done my registration as a member of this great organization. I like to say there's this word, sweet. Up sweet. I can hear you, please. Up sweet. Up sweet. No, let's make it louder for our guests to understand that you're definitely in sync with what is happening here. Up sweet. Just this woman and two people over there. Up sweet. Up sweet. Please, can you celebrate yourself with a rousing applause? Put your hands together for the president, 16th president and chairman of council of CITN, who is ably represented this morning by the very able vice president, Mr. Innocent Ohagwa, FCTI. Please, can we celebrate him and welcome him? The deputy vice president of the CITN, Dr. Simon Kato, FCTI, is here with us. The past president of CITN, special guest of honor, Dr. Mark Abani, FCTI, a man of different and many perspectives. Please, can we put a hands together for him? Our keynote speaker, Dr. Zach Adedeji, FCTI, Executive Chairman, Federal Inland Revenue Service, Internal Revenue Service. Our very special guest, paper presenters, guest of honor, Registrar and Chief Executive of CITN, the very amiable Mrs. Afolake Oso, FCTI. SWIT Life patrons here with us. SWIT National Chairperson, the hardworking Dr. Bosede Yanoba, FCTI. SWIT National Vice Chairperson, Dr. Caroline Ndubusi, FCTI. Please can we clap some more for her? Council members of CITN here present. SWIT National Executive members here with us. Past national chairpersons, state chapter coordinators, past and current, district chairmen here present, students and great ambassadors of tax. I'm trying to establish the protocol to which we'll definitely flow with while I take time out to introduce some of our special guests already seated. May I crave for indulgence of everyone that in no particular order, but just to make sure that they have been actually recognized this day, I'd like to first thank you very much. It's a thing of joy for me to confirm that we have the acting executive chairman of the FCTIRS here with us. Please let's welcome Mr. Michael Angu. You're most welcome, sir. I'm glad to also say that the head fiscal and tax reforms implementation of the Federal Internal Revenue Service, representing the coordinating director of Special Duties Group, FIRS, Mr. Olufemi Olarinde, is here with us. Please can we celebrate him? May I also announce that I have on my list Khadija Udu, representing Mrs. Angel Pardonsi from the FIRS, Director of Human Capital and Chairperson, Gender Equality Committee. Thank you very much for being part of this great moment. I'm glad to confirm that our Rafsanjani was kind enough to send a very amiable representative in the person of Mr. Suleiman Mande Sislak. Please can we put a hands together for him? May it please you to know that the Joint Tax Board Secretary, Mr. Olusegun Adesokan, was kind enough to send Akpe Ado Esquire. I hope I pronounced it well. Thank you very much for coming around. I'm glad to also confirm that the National Newsletter Editor for National Council for Women's Society, Nigeria, Mrs. Ahua Comfort, is here representing the National Council, the President National Council for Women's Society, Mrs. Edna Azuru. We have more names we'll take time out to acknowledge in the course of the program. May I quickly confirm that we have in our midst Mrs. Aisha Aliko Mohammed, who is being represented by Rachel Ilona, the Senior Manager Procurement of FIRS. Okay. As the event unfolds, we'll definitely be recognizing some of our very distinguished guests that are here with us. But once again, let me take time out to introduce and acknowledge our chairman of the session, who will be guiding us with all the activities of the second tax summit by the SWIT CITN. Please, once again, let's celebrate Dr. Mark Agbani. This is a man of mental dexterity whose credentials truly needs no embellishment. I just want to let you know this is a man that has gathered knowledge and experience over 3 decades in agriculture, tax, trade, and so much more. He's someone you definitely need to be with and enjoy from the wealth of knowledge he has in store for us. This is a timely gathering to explore critical intersection of the reform, economic growth, and gender equality. We are all gathered here to see that we echo that taxation is not merely a tool for revenue generation, but also a powerful instrument for shaping economic policy, promoting social justice while advancing human development. In the next few hours, we shall be engaging in robust discussion through shared cutting research and promote solutions to the challenges of leveraging on the tax reform for inclusive economic growth. It's a thing of joy to have with us brilliant speakers, panelists, and of course, all participants who will surely be involved in the important dialogue. Before we begin, may we acknowledge the brilliant efforts of the organizing committee, our sponsors, and partners for making the summit a reality. And with that, I do like to invite the 5th National President, who will definitely come to welcome us in a manner well appropriate. Please can we welcome Dr. Bosede Ihano, FCTI.
She is worth more than gold, like the stars in the sky.
Thank you very much, DJ. I know that the MC has tried to establish some protocols, but permit me to respectfully recognize and welcome again the 16th president of our great institute, the chairman of council, who is ably represented here by the vice president of our institute, Mr. Innocent Ohagwa, FCTI. Please help me celebrate him. Thank you so very much, sir. And of course, the chairman of session. It wasn't easy to get him. He had to cancel some other very important engagements to be here today. I want to also respectfully, please put your hands together to welcome the chairman of session, Dr. Mark Abani, FCTI. Thank you so very much, sir. And of course, our deputy vice president of our great institute, Dr. Simon Kato, FCTI. We have in our midst, I will call him a big fish. It wasn't easy to get him to come, but he humbly agreed to lead the session, do the presentation today, and lead other discussants at today's meeting. And is the acting executive chairman of FCT IRS. We are so honored to have him with the theme of his directors and officers. Please help me celebrate him again. I say put your hands together and celebrate him. Thank you so very much, sir. We greatly appreciate you. I know that the second paper presenter, Mr. Oluwole Olushola Oni, will be taking his own paper virtually. So please help me welcome him. Okay. Thank you very much. And I want to stand on the other well-established protocol. I know you have all been duly recognized. I'm sorry, my Registrar Chief Executive, Mrs. Afolake Osho, I recognize you. Thank you very much. It is with great pleasure and deep honor that I welcome you all to the second tax summit of the Society of Women in Taxation. Today, we gather as thought leaders, policymakers, industry experts, and stakeholders to engage in crucial discussions on how tax reforms can drive inclusive economic growth, especially with a gender-responsive perspective. You may wish to recall that we held the maiden edition of the SWIT Tax Summit on 19th of March, 2024 in this same hall. Permit me to appreciate in a very special way our special guests of honor and other distinguished guests for the honor of gracing this event with your esteemed presence. For those who are not familiar with the activities of SWIT, I want to say that it was inaugurated on 7th May 2010 as an arm of the CITN, and it comprised of women engaged in tax practice. The society has been involved in a number of activities aimed at promoting the ideas and mandates of CITN, as well as carrying out projects that greatly impact positively on members of the society. Special appreciation goes to the leadership of our great institute, who have given SWIT wings to fly. And of course, without the nod and backing, we will not be here doing what we are doing today. Please join me to appreciate again our 16th President and Chairman of Council, Mr. Samuel Olushola Agbeluyi, MNI, FCTI, for his tremendous support and guidance always. I also wish to acknowledge the understanding and support of our revered past presidents, council members, for giving SWIT a platform to thrive and to hold this second summit. It is therefore a great honor for me to address this gathering. The choice of the theme and sub-themes for this second summit and the quality of speakers, discussants, panelists, and moderators are highly commendable. And this shows that deep thoughts have gone into the planning towards achieving the overall objective of the summit. The theme for this summit is leveraging tax reforms for inclusive economic growth, a gender-responsive approach. Why this summit matters. The essence of the tax reforms, according to the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, is to promote economic growth and development, enhance better fiscal administration, address income redistribution, promote equity in tax payments and revenue sharing, democratize revenue collection and administration to reflect national value of our dear country, and of course to improve revenue generation for the nation. The role of taxation in shaping economies cannot be overstated. However, for tax policies to be truly effective, they must recognize and address gender disparities in access to economic opportunities. The theme, therefore, challenges us to critically assess how we can make tax reforms work for everyone, particularly the women entrepreneurs, the business owners, and community leaders, thus ensuring that tax policies promote equity, economic sustainability, and national development. The sub-theme of our discussion, digitalization, equity, and tax policy reforms, navigating the challenges and opportunities, underscores the need to embrace technology and innovative tax administration solutions that enhance compliance while creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. The syndicate session will further explore sustainable growth and women entrepreneurs as community builders, emphasizing the critical role of women in economic transformation and nation building. The third session of the summit will be devoted to having a conversation around those business to drive meaningful actions towards a more inclusive and gender-sensitive approach to taxation, ultimately contributing to broader societal well-being and economic development. As part of this event, we are taking the opportunity to recognize and appreciate outstanding individuals whose dedication and contributions have significantly advanced the goals of SWIT and the tax profession at large. We will be honoring senior female members of SWIT who have demonstrated remarkable leadership, mentorship, and service in fostering tax awareness and policy engagement. And so, in line with the mandates of this society, and having watched with keen interest the achievements of these SWIT sisters, you will agree with me that they are indeed phenomenal and role models, leading women in the academia, law, human resource management, accounting profession, tax administration, and practice. And of course, we have online with us honorable justices, we have professors, we have vice chancellor, who are all members of SWIT. And so it's an opportunity for us to bring them on board, engage with them, and identify with them. Because our constitution says we should showcase our women to the public. And so that is what we'll be doing during that third segment. These women indeed have worked hard to create a distinctive identity and reputation that have set them apart. Suffice to say that SWIT has as our members, like I said, Honorable Justices of High Court, we have Commissioners of Finance, we have Commissioners of Housing and Land Matters, we have Vice Chancellors, we have Professors, we have Bosses of universities, and other higher institutions. We have Accountant General of States, we have Permanent Secretaries, we have Directors. So in other words, we have the women, you know, and what it takes for us to drive the tax, the female gender perspective of tax. The society is proud to identify with them, and therefore we'll be giving them awards of recognition for their excellence in service in pursuant to Section 2A, subsection 3 of the SWIT Constitution. Decoration of patrons. In line with provision of Section 3B, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development and the Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service are, by virtue of their offices, institutional patrons to the society. And also, one of our past national chairperson, Barrister Ezenwa Okora for FCTI, will be decorated today as the 7th life patron in recognition of her unwavering support and dedication to tax advocacy and gender equity. She has indeed distinguished herself in the profession and in service to the society. She is the current FIDA International President, and the society is so proud to identify with her and honor her today. Please help me put your hands together for her. Early in the year, the society organized tax debate competition for female students in secondary schools across 6 geographical zones as follows. From the northeast, we had Adamawa. From the southeast, we had students from Anambra. From the south-south, Edo. From the northwest, we had students from Kano, North Central, Kwara, Southwest, Ogun. The topic for the debate was increase in value-added tax. Value-added tax rate is beneficial to the economy, where some of the students argue for, while some argue against. The objective of the school debate is to enhance participants with knowledge to assist in their respective early engagements as tax ambassadors, thus helping to raise taxpayers' awareness, including obligations on values towards improving the nation's economy as a whole. We will therefore be presenting prizes to the winners of the 2025 National School Tax Debate Competition. Please, can the students kindly stand up? Let's see you. Oh, even though you are right at the back there. Please, can you move forward? Please let them see you. Please clap for them. Clap for them. Please come forward. Thus encouraging the next generation of tax professionals. Please come forward. Our goal is simple: to create a space where students could express themselves, challenge ideas, and grow into articulate, well-informed, please come forward, let's see you, articulate, well-informed individuals as it concerns taxation. Before I conclude these remarks, permit me to delve into the archive of one, please clap for them. These are our tax ambassadors. Thank you very much, God bless you. The one in the middle, I think she's the overall winner. Then we have the first runner-up, and the third place winner. Thank you very much. Please clap for them again. Can go back to your seats. So before I conclude this remark, permit me to delve into the archive of one of the female legends of our time, and in the words of Michelle Obama, which have become part of my motivation. He said, "There's no limit to what we as women can accomplish." And here, sum it up by saying, women are the real architects of the society. And without mincing words, I will also remind us that Margaret Thatcher had once retorted that if you want something said, ask a man. And if you want something done, ask a woman. So women like men should try to do the impossible. And when they fail, their failure should be a challenge to others, according to Amelia Earhart. On behalf of the National Executive Committee, I hereby appreciate warmly the chairman of the session, Dr. Mark Abani, FCTI, who had to cut short his other very important engagement to be here today. The three speakers are lead paper presenter, Mr. Michael Ago, FCTI, the acting executive chairman, FCTIRA. Please put your hands together again for him. Mr. Olushola Oni, who is a tax controller with FIRS. He will be presenting virtually. And I don't know whether Mr. Collins Omokaro is here. He's supposed to lead the third session. And other very distinguished discussants, panelists, and moderators for doing us the honor of accepting to be part of the summit and allowing us to benefit from your broad and diverse experiences. As we deliberate today, let us remember that our collective efforts are essential in shaping tax policies that drive economic inclusion. Let us be bold in our recommendations, innovative in our solutions, and collaborative in our actions. Finally, as we sit back to listen to our erudite speakers, I must not fail to appreciate the chair of the Second Tax Summit Planning Committee, my own vice chairperson, my own baby sister, my friend, Dr. Caroline Indubusi, FCTI. Please help me celebrate her.
She's a virtuous woman.
And the subcommittee technical team, who have worked tirelessly. These two ladies, Dr. Oba Usang. Please stand up. Let's see you. Sandra, Mama, and of course, the team that are also there. They put their energy. Please celebrate them. They put their energy and time together to ensure that today's program becomes a reality. Also, special appreciation and word of gratitude goes to our mothers, the SWIT Life patrons, who are the building blocks. The past national chairpersons, I have my IPC here, Dr. Adimola, Ruth Adimola, I think she's there. Okay, please clap for her. And members of my executive committee, the current and past state chapter coordinators, for your moral and financial support to ensuring the success of today's event. Once again, I welcome you all to this impactful summit, and I encourage you to engage actively, share insights, and network as we work together towards a more inclusive and gender-responsive tax system. I want to thank you, and I say God bless you. Thank you very much.
Stand up for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up.
You will agree with me that the best man on the job is a woman. And that's why when she speaks to us this way, you definitely know she was meant to be a winner all the time. Please, can we celebrate the national chairperson, Dr. Bosede Yanoba, FCTI, for doing us the honors of welcoming our distinguished guests and participants here to make us understand that today will be most significant in the history of Nigeria, where great women gathered, being supported by the men to make sure that everything goes on fine for our economic growth. The time has come, but before then, let me take time out to introduce a very amiable woman who is representing the coordinating director of Large Taxpayers Group of the FIRS, Amina Ado, who is unavoidably absent but has been kind enough to send Mrs. Chinoso Ajoku, wherever she's okay here. Thank you very much for coming. Earlier on, I was attempting to introduce our chairman of session, but I knew I was definitely not going to have the right words to put it together to introduce him. But he's a man of many perspectives, like I mentioned earlier, a man of mental dexterity, who I know definitely when he comes here, you'll agree with me, is a voice to listen to at all times. He's got experience for over I think it's 4 decades, in agricultural tax and so many more. He's a great father too, and I'm sure a great grandfather. Please, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate and welcome our chairman of session, coordinating dean taxation faculties of CITN, Dr. Mark Abani, FC.
Stand up for the champion. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Good morning, distinguished guests. I will stand on about my Vice President, Prof. We always in Prof. Ohagwa, and Deputy President and Vice President Simon Kato, and the Chairperson of SWIFT. Everybody else, please, I recognize you because I know time is moving. Wow. First of all, the second tax summit hosted by SWIFT. And for me, it's a great honor to stand here as we embark on a journey to explore and leverage tax reforms for inclusive economic growth and a gender-responsive approach. Now, we all know in this room the amount of changes taking place with the Taiwo Presidential Committee. And we also know that some of those changes are taking on board gender impacts in some of the recommendations that they are making. But it didn't just start here. Historically, we had changes that made sure that VAT was removed on female sanitary products. My only concern with that is it only covers made in Nigeria sanitary products. But it's a start, because I often see this, and I've seen this all through my life, especially among the men. We think that pregnancy is a disease, and trying to avoid pregnancy is also a disease. It's not. I have a favorite phrase for my wife, and it is she who must be obeyed. Because if you don't obey, you're not going to achieve anything at all. And it is completely clear from the litany of things that have been outlined by our president of SWIFT that there is remarkable change afoot and remarkable change and engagement. The third main theme of this summit is leveraging tax reforms for inclusive economic growth with a gender-responsive approach. This is also being addressed because a lot of the smaller businesses are actually women-led. And so by putting in thresholds that take out ladies from small mama put and the equivalent, you're actually making the economy drive a lot better. So there are a number of things that people don't think about that have a gender impact. When I've tried to do studies for some people who have asked about gender, I had to come to our president to ask her to talk to the British High Commission about the range of things that are going on that we need to recognize for women, and we need to make sure that they are supported. So the commitment to addressing gender disparities and promoting inclusive economic growth, you can't overemphasize that. As I said, some of it is being done, but make we do like Zebediah. Zebediah used to say, for those of you who are old enough, I want to earmark, I don't want to earmark. So I don't want to hear about it, I want to see those changes. Now, the sub-themes that have been carefully created for this summit, leveraging for inclusive economic growth and for focus on digitization, equity, and tax policy reforms, as well as sustainable growth and the role of women entrepreneurs as community builders, are key to building our economy. If we don't address these issues, then no matter what we do, we are not going to find women able to engage. We also need, in making the move, everybody is making the move to digitization. But we need to recognize that there is a digital divide between men and women. And both in terms of access to the internet and in terms of ability to make use of some of those things that are put in there for our good. Now, I know our speakers are going to address this, so I'm not going to go. I'm trying not to give a lecture. I'm not a lecturer. I am here to say, let's go. But I'm sure these will come out, and if they don't come out, in the plenary and syndicate sessions, you guys need to make them come out. Because I have a favorite saying. Everybody point at me. Everybody point at me, one finger. Where's the other fingers? They're pointing back at you. Now you get the control, not me. The government doesn't have the control. You have the control, but you need to continue to push it. Okay? The syndicate sessions will highlight the invaluable contributions of women entrepreneurs to sustainable development and community building. And I love the quote by the president of SWIT, that if you want to get a job done, give it to a woman. It is the only way to get things done. I worked with Ifeko on her board when she was chairman, first female chairman of FIRS. And I know the changes that she relentlessly, along with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, drove during that period. She is one of my all-time heroes. Okonjo-Iweala is one of my all-time heroes. Dora Akunyili. These are people who you can see made a difference. Not all this talk. So it is very important that we as women force our men to grab the changes and to grab the engagement that allows the changes to happen for our own good. I look at my daughters, I look at my granddaughters, I have 3 granddaughters, and I'm thinking they need to also have somewhere where they can engage and where they can walk through. So some of these sessions will put these things through. I love the quiz, Catch Them Young. I mean, this is clearly starting at a very young place. I am patron of a couple of university tax clubs. It is extremely important that we start to catch them young. That work was started by Sani Abiola and indeed Taiwo, but there's a lot more, and the women, I can see you are already taking ownership and making the change that we need to see. So congratulations. Please put your hands together for yourselves on that. I'm not going to talk about the fact that you're a core part of CITN. It goes without saying. But one thing that strikes me are your core values of service, teamwork, excellence, and professionalism. And I was in a FIRS office a couple of days ago, and the professionalism with which I was addressed, mainly by the women in the office, made me so proud to be associated with the Federal Inland Revenue Service. I cannot say how proud I am of everything that they have done, and how people like Michael Ango have brought both the private sector as well as the tax regime into making the changes in the FCT IRS. So we need to use the opportunity to create a more equitable and inclusive tax system that empowers women and fosters economic growth for all. That includes thinking through the economic impacts and the taxation impacts if you're giving grants to women, and the taxation terms around the grants, and whether they are going to be able to use those grants effectively to build the economy. Because dear President often talks about the golden goose, and we need to be careful we don't kill that golden goose. Goose. And I'm just going to end with a quote that I think epitomizes what you're doing. It's the former US Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright. And she once said, and I quote, "There is a special place in hell for women who don't help other women." There is a special place in hell for women who don't help other women. And it's actually very often a reality when you start to look at what people do. But I can see that SWIFT is, all the things they are doing are definitely showing that they are helping fellow women to make those changes. So I think you can clap for yourself that none of you are going to hell. So thank you for being here. I know time is far gone, so I'm not going to attempt to unpack what the lecturers and discussants are going to do. I look forward to insightful discussions and collaborations going forward that would emerge from this summit. It's not important to just have a talk shop. It is to identify key actions that will be addressed. And when we come back for the third SWIFT conference, we say these are the action points we said we are going to deal. We have dealt with them. The ones that have an issue, this is how we think we need to go about them. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Have you seen the sun? Have you seen the moon? They are
I'm sure
shining
a lot of the participants will have wanted him to continue on and on because it's interesting to hear him speak. It gives you more insight into real issues that we need to discuss today. Please, once again, can we celebrate the coordinating team? Tax faculties of CITN, Dr. Mark Abani, FCTI. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us this morning. The time has come for me to invite the very amiable representative of the President and Chairman in Council of CITN, Mr. Samuel Agbelu, MNI, FCTI, who was indisposed to come around but had to send this very, very hardworking gentleman. I learned they call him the Prof, which means he has drunk from the fountain of knowledge, and definitely he will share with us his own thoughts in his own speech as he represents the President and Chairman of Council. Please, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, help me to celebrate and welcome Mr. Innocent Auhagwa, FCTI,
and have you seen the joy
Vice President of CIT.
in a son he truly loves? Wherever you go, remember, make it shine your light, reach December.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. While resting on already established protocols, please permit me to recognize our 16th president, Mr. Samuel Agbelu, MNI, who ordinarily we were supposed to be here together, but at the last moment he has to proceed for other official engagement. I also recognize our past presidents who may be both physical and virtual, the session's chairman, Dr. Abani, my boss, the chairman of FCTRS, and the registrar, chief executive of CITN. I salute you all. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I proceed to present the keynote remarks of the 16th president. It is my pleasure to welcome participants to the second edition of the National Tax Summit being organized by the Society of Women in Taxation. I congratulate the leadership of SWIT under the chairmanship of Dr. Mrs. Florence Ekanoba for leading the role in pursuit of the Institute's continuous advocacy and objectives to achieve common goal of developing tax profession. The invaluable contributions of SWIT as an important arm of the Institute is promoting our visibility, and what the Institute stands for are highly encouraging and duly acknowledged. I am quite pleased with the choice of topic for the summit, which is leveraging tax reforms for inclusive economic growth, a gender-responsive approach. This theme is apt, considering the current effort of the present government on embarking on a bold move to undertake a comprehensive reform of the Nigerian tax system. The passage of the economic stabilization bills at the National Assembly is a pointer to these efforts. This program aligns with the Institute's resolve to be at the forefront of discourse about tax and fiscal policy reforms, and indeed efforts that shapes national. distinguished invited guests and participants, women have always been at the forefront of our national development efforts. The enterprising nature of women is not in doubt, and as we have seen in their ability to manage scarce resources optimally with great results. Unfortunately, barriers still exist that restrict women from contributing maximally to national economic development endeavors. These barriers range from cultural norms to legal and structural impediments that limit their economic participation. Furthermore, gender-based obstacles undermine women's capacity and entrepreneurial productivity, particularly in rural areas. It is gratifying that women have elevated themselves beyond these barriers, carving a niche to themselves in all sectors and remain human endeavors. As professionals, we have important roles to play in enhancing the active participation of women in economic development endeavors. Fortunately, the current tax reforms hold a lot of benefits for small businesses in Nigeria, a significant proportion of which are women-owned and operated businesses. A lot of incentives have been introduced, including exempting small businesses with an annual turnover of 100 million or less from income tax. There is no withholding tax deduction on small businesses. This also includes exemptions from requirement to deduct and account for tax payment to vendors. These provisions, no doubt, will have multiplier effect on business growth and sustainability, benefiting the critical mass of women in particular, amongst other numerous incentives contained in the bill. These initiatives recognize that women are critical to the success of any reform, as conscious and deliberate efforts are made to balance policy choices and reforms in a manner that is gender inclusive. I am also glad that other carefully crafted sub-teams will be considered by the resource team of eminent facilitators assembled for this summit. Especially, this summit will at the end offer perspectives and options that will shape future policy options and interventions in our society. As I conclude, I want to thank you all for your participation and wishing you a successful outing as we look forward to more of this in the nearest future. On this note, it is my pleasure to declare open the second edition of the SWIT National Tax Summit. Thank you immensely for your listening. Samuel Agbelu.
I'm sure we clap support for the Vice President. Let's celebrate him. Thank you very much for standing in the gap for the President, the 16th President. For those of you who have the program of activities, we're on page number 21. And there are some adjustments we could do in there. We ought to have a speech now or an address, but we have been made to understand we should just schedule it a bit later so that when he comes around, we'll have that in place. But I think it's appropriate for us to want to hear from some of our very distinguished partners who are here with us, definitely to share in their thoughts as regards to this noble activity being done by SWIT. Up SWIT. Up SWIT. I'm just hearing two people responding. I hope we have people that are here for this summit. Up SWIT, the other side from the back. Up SWIT. So, it's interesting for us at this moment to want to listen to a voice that definitely will resonate with growth when it comes to issues that have to do with women. And I'm sure when the person comes, we'll definitely appreciate much more how brilliant that person is. First, I'd like to invite the representative of the immediate past president of the Joint Tax Board, Nana Aisha Obomege, who was kind enough to send Mrs. Belkis Ibrahim, ACA, to speak to us before. Okay, I've been made to understand the representative of the new president is here. Please, can we celebrate her as she comes over? Okay.
Give it up for the woman.
Please, let's clap some more as she comes on stage. And then she will do me the honors of introducing herself appropriately for us to have her designation.
That woman. With a smile and a star, she'll protect you like a child. That's a woman.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I just want to clarify that the current secretary of the Joint Tax Board is Mr. Olusegun Adeshokun, and I'm here to represent him on behalf of the Joint Tax Board. My name is Akpe Ado, Esquire, FCTI. He is unavoidably absent, and so he's asked me to speak on his behalf. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. It is my great pleasure to extend, it's my great honor to be here to this summit as it represents a significant milestone in our collective efforts to promote a more equitable and sustainable tax system. The theme of this summit, leveraging tax reforms for inclusive economic growth, a gender-responsive approach, is both timely and thought-provoking as it underscores the critical role of taxation in promoting inclusive economic growth, reducing poverty and inequality, and empowering marginalized groups, particularly women. So as we gather here today, we're reminded that taxation is not just a means of raising revenue, but also a powerful tool for shaping economic policies, influencing behavior, and promoting social justice. However, we also recognize that the current tax systems in many countries, including our own, often perpetuate gender inequalities and other forms of discrimination. Women in particular bear a disproportionate burden of taxation while also facing significant barriers to economic participation and empowerment. Earlier, when we listened to Dr. Abani, he mentioned Madam Ifeku, and that's at the federal level. Up until now, that's the first executive chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Currently, we have 3 females. At the state level, we have one from Gombe, Aisha Damu. We have Madam Shadi Omoni in Kwara. And then we have Rekia from Zamfara, Madam Rekia from Zamfara. So out of the tax authorities throughout Nigeria, we have 3 women at the state level and 1 at the federal level, and we have not had one since. So we can see that we have a problem with gender inclusivity. So throughout this summit, we're encouraged to engage in robust discussions, share expertise and experiences, and challenge stereotypes and assumptions as we work together to create a more equitable and just tax system that fosters inclusive economic growth, prosperity, and social justice for all. Thank you so much to have me here. I'm very grateful. Right.
Thank you very much, Akpe E. Ado, Esquire, FCTI. If you leave me, I will have said this name sounds like someone from Ghana. Okay. Sorry, ma. For security reasons, always give us a sign that you are going to take something. Okay. Thank you very much for your speech. We'd like to welcome all our online participants. They are already watching all the activities being done here at this beautiful hall. And then, having said that, okay, you can see them on screen to show you the significance of this great summit. All our online participants would like to thank you very much for finding time to be part of this great discussion, and definitely we will hear from you in the course of the activities here at this great hall. The time has come for me to invite a man who has proven himself to be worthy of being the head fiscal and tax reforms implementation of the FIRS. Today is here with two caps, one for himself and then one from his Oga, but I think he would drop his own to use that of his Oga to make everything okay. Please let's welcome the representative of the Coordinating Director, Special Duties Group of the FIRS, Mr. Olufemi Olarinde, to speak to us. Please can we clap some more for him?
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I respectfully and humbly stand on the protocols that have been established here today. However, I would like to recognize the presence of the President of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. He'll be represented by Mr. Innocent Oagwa. Morning, sir, and morning to everyone here, please. I will quickly go into I'm representing the CD Coordinating Director Special Duties Group of the FIRS, Alaji Shetima Tamadi, and he has asked me to speak to you, that is here with you. However, because of other exigencies of duties, he could not come here himself. And I'll be speaking on his behalf this morning. And to start with, he has asked that I specifically speak even in respect of the theme of the theme leveraging tax reforms and inclusive growth, a gender-responsive approach. Because in the FIRS, he heads the group that the chairman has set up to ensure that the reforms will be well implemented. So he has asked me to even speak more on the tax reforms. So this morning, I said, okay, good morning, esteemed Society for Women in Taxation members, distinguished guests, and colleagues. It is an honor to stand before you today at this pivotal annual conference, Themes Leveraging Tax Reforms for Inclusive Growth, a gender-responsive approach. This theme resonates deeply with our collective vision and for a more equitable and prosperous Nigeria, where tax policies drive economic growth and promote inclusivity, particularly for women. As we delve into this vital topic of tax reforms, we must acknowledge the transformative potential of the recent Nigerian tax reform bills. These reforms are designed not to enhance revenue generation only, but also to create an environment that fosters economic participation among all citizens, including women, who have historically not been favored in economic discourse. Gender equality is equality between men and women in relation to economic and social factors under law, opportunity, and voice. The new bill is a turnaround from what we are used to. Our old laws that either have been drafted in what I refer to as the King James Version of the Bible is now being redrafted in simple and plain English. We are all used to the word either to, whereas, and something. But however, the new reform is drafted in simple English. And most synonymous, and one thing we need to identify is the pronouns that has been used in the word. Maybe many of us have not really read the book, the reforms. In most of our law before, you see is. an him in the law, referring to every person as is, him. But this bill has tried to ensure gender neutral. And so this is a step forward in our reform process. And one key aspect, again, we need to look at is the introduction of progressive structures by ensuring that tax burdens are equitably shared based on income levels. We can alleviate financial pressure on low-income earners, many of whom are women, engaged in informal sector. The proactive approach is crucial to allow women to retain more of their earnings, thereby promoting their economic empowerment and enabling them to contribute to households and community development. Additionally, this reforms emphasizes the importance of tax incentives for businesses. Specifically, I would like to speak on zero rate, which are zero-rated items on VAT, which constitute over almost 80% of our daily consumption basic needs, which also constitutes almost 70% of what women expend their income on. And this is a good step to ease our financial burden on women and provide them with more disposable income. It also allows women businesses to relieve their input VAT, which are mostly overheads, because most businesses women do incur more of overheads than even because of their informality and other systems. This will women to strive as entrepreneurs and leaders in their various sectors. Moreover, we must recognize that even in all this, education and awareness are critical components of successful tax reform implementation. The workshop today and the symposium today is a good step towards that in educating women, bringing women together to sit and letting people of knowledge to speak to them. This will create more education, give women the opportunity to also speak to reforms and to what onto the discussion of today. So in conclusion, as we strive to for inclusive economic growth through these tax reforms, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to a gender-responsive approach by aligning our tax policies with principles of equity and inclusivity. We can create a robust framework that not only enhances revenue generation, but also uplift women, strengthen families, and foster sustainable development across Nigeria. You know, when you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, about 3 of them, which starting from 5, which is gender equality, speaks to the role of women and how we are upholding women. I'm sure it is no longer news about what FRS is doing with women. We have high and great women within the system. And as a CD Special Duties Group, we continue to support management to ensure that women are the peak of the management. And on this note, I would like to say thank you for giving us me the opportunity to speak and to encourage women in this workshop. Thank you very much, and have a fruitful day.
Women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality.
Thank you very much, Olufemi Olarinde, for ably representing the coordinating director and sharing your thoughts or his thoughts with us and making us understand your commitment towards making women be part of this great move. The time has come for us to get into our plenary sessions so that we can enjoy every activity that has been outlined for us today. That has to do approach. Firstly, I would like to introduce to us the moderator of this session, who is invariably a gentleman who knows his onions when it comes to issues of tax. Please, let's welcome Dr. Kennedy Iwundu, FCTI, to please come take his seat. Thank you very much for finding time to be here with us. And discussants in this session are Dr. Lovett Ononuga, FCTI. Dr. Lovett Ononuga, we celebrate her as she comes over to take her seat. While we're waiting for her, may I also introduce Professor Godwin Oedokun, FCTI. Online, okay. I've been made to understand Professor Oedokun is online. We'll definitely hear from him in course of the activities. Then let's welcome Akoni, FCTI. Okay, she's on her way coming. I also want to introduce Mrs. Tolualogu Odutayo, FCTI. And then to cap up the number, Mrs. Chika Oko. Mrs. Chika Oko. So our lead paper presenter is someone definitely that has worked tirelessly to have found himself as the acting executive chairman of the FCT IRS. Today is armed with so much intelligence to share with us on this great topic. Please let's welcome Mr. Michael Ango, FCTI.
Good morning. Good morning, invited guests. All protocols observed. Let me also recognize the president of the institute, ably represented by my former boss, Mr. Ohagwa. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Makabani, who I worked closely with at his time on the board of the FIRS. Let me appreciate the society for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation today. When I got the invite, I questioned it initially. I said, why would I be the appropriate person to speak on, gender inclusivity? But I realized it was a trap. When you want to discuss a topic, you put the people who you think will not support such a thing, you put them on the spot. So I've come here to speak on the theme of the conference or the summit. We want the slides projected. All right, very well. So what I've tried to do here is, make a presentation that is practical and also that, speaks to the current situation that we are faced with in terms of the reforms that are currently ongoing. The topic, of course, is leveraging tax reforms for inclusive economic growth, a gender-responsive approach. Is there someone to help with the... Is there a pointer? All right. Otherwise, you can just... All right, we can do it manually, no problem. So, all right. Slideshow, please. All right, thank you. So I think the focus of the presentation is really to discuss how gender-responsive tax reforms can promote inclusive growth in Nigeria. I think before speaking to that, I'd like to mention that from my recollection, we've had 3 major tax reforms in the country since independence. If I'm right, we had the 1978 reforms, which was headed by, I think, Shehu Musa. Okay, 4, if you will, inclusive of the VAT reforms that we had, I think, in 92, Sylvester Ugu and I think Professor Dozian. Then in terms of the entire tax system, we've had the Dotun Phillips and Shade Bickerstedt study and working groups. And then the Taiwo Yedele reforms, I think, is the most recent one. Interestingly, none of these reforms were headed by a woman, but I think the most impactful outcomes of the 2002 reforms were implemented by my former boss, Ifweko Omogi Okaru, who Mr. Abani had already mentioned, did a lot of impactful work. And most of what we see today in terms of the resilience of the Nigerian tax system, whether at state or federal level, can be directly attributed to her. I think it's important that we give the women a round of applause for that. Now, what are reforms? Essentially, at a very basic level, reforms refer to changes, modifications, review, or reorganization of an existing system, laws, policies, or structures. Essentially, tax reforms refer to, the review of tax policies, tax administrative structures, or the legislative framework, which essentially are the tripod upon which the tax system rests. So those of us who are students of taxation know that there's the tripod of administration, policy, and legislation. Each of these three components need to be working effectively for any tax system to achieve its ultimate goals or objectives. Now, most times in Nigeria, what happens is that we have, reforms in terms of our laws, and then we have the policy is actually following the law rather than the law following the policy. But I think this time around, what we've tried to do differently is to say, what is the policy? What do we hope to achieve? And then can we draft the laws that would help us to achieve that? And in drafting those laws, can we make provisions for the structures that will also ensure that the laws are effectively approached? And I think that was the reasoning behind, for example, introducing a Nigerian Revenue Service and also creating a joint revenue board, etc. But I think those are topics we'll discuss subsequently. Now, why do people, or generally, why do governments, if you will, undertake reforms? Now, reforms typically are undertaken for different reasons. Some of them are to improve the existing system, the existing policies or administrative structures. They may also be geared at introducing an entire approach, different approach. For example, when the whole focus on indirect taxation was in play, the idea was that government wanted to take Nigeria in a different approach to say, look, instead of focusing on direct taxation, let us begin to focus on indirect taxation. It could also be because, you want to align with contemporary practices. You want to move with global best practices. There's developments that are going on globally that you think you should be a part of. Sometimes also reforms could really be, in response to external goals or external developments. For example, one of the major reforms we did in our financial system, was because the FATF, then the Financial Action Task Force, had requested Nigeria to reform its laws pertaining to money laundering, financial crimes, and all of that. So for Nigeria to have access to certain global incentives and also to get debt relief, we had to do those reforms. So sometimes reforms are also not necessarily because you have challenges within your own jurisdiction or because you think what you have is not sufficient. But sometimes these reforms come because you want to then respond to external conditions. For example, you want to get donor funding, you want to get debt relief, or even improve your global ranking. Next slide, please. Now, when we talk of inclusive growth, I think this is a topic, or this is an issue that is very, very subjective. Because what is inclusive for you may not necessarily be inclusive for me. I'm a male, I'm in my late 40s or middle 40s. So if you say you want to do reforms that will be inclusive of me, it will be inclusive of the persons who are, my peers, quote and unquote. But for SWIT, what will be inclusive would be reforms or growth that, enables women in a particular sector to be able to achieve certain goals or objectives. But having said that, whether we agree or not, at the end of the day, inclusive reforms should be one that caters to different segments of the economy, and the one that allows, every person, or at least every person who is within a particular segment, to be able to tap into those reforms and benefit from them. So what does inclusive growth mean? I've tried to define it as saying that inclusive growth covers growth which covers all segments of the economy. This includes women, young persons, low-income earners, vulnerable and disadvantaged demographics. Essentially, inclusive growth is targeted at addressing inequality. Things like the wage gap, things like employment opportunities, access to education, healthcare, and other relevant economic and social indices. Therefore, any reforms which aim to achieve inclusive growth must have clear deliverables, they must have timelines, they must have monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, and they must be based on engagement, collaboration, and consultation of stakeholders. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. For example, somebody alluded here to the issue of exemptions on, sanitary wares and all of that. We have provided those exemptions in the law, but we said those exemptions only apply to Nigerian-produced wares, which is good at the surface level. But the question that wasn't asked is, what is the ability of the Nigerian economy to produce sufficient, sanitary wares at an affordable price to cater to what we wanted to resolve, which is that we wanted women to be able to have sanitary wares and not use all sorts of materials when, they're observing their monthly periods. So sometimes reforms also have to be quite in tune, with what the economy is facing. You can provide, spousal deductions and all of that, but then you have to then ask yourself, what are the societal attitudes to marriage? I was just checking, the UK code. I think Mr. Abani can give us more insights on this. And you can have a marriage allowance, I think up to a certain threshold, and you can actually transfer some of your personal allowance to your spouse. So, but what of the person, the single mother, for example, who doesn't want to get married? Or the person who has had a marriage and who is divorced? What do we do? I've had, instances of single mothers who have 4 children, but because they are not married in certain jurisdictions, they cannot access the child allowances that are provided in their laws. So what I'm trying to say essentially is that reforms that are targeted at inclusive growth must also seek to understand what the real challenges are that are faced by these segments in the economy that we want to help. We've had the NEL Fund, for example, Nigerian Loan, what do you call it now? Nigerian Loan Fund, which, by the way, is a fantastic, initiative. The only concern I have is who is actually accessing those loans. And, for example, in the north where I come from, we have issues, apart from the general issues that we have with, out-of-school children, particularly the girl child education rates are particularly low in the north. So if you now say you want to give loans to students, and myself and the lady who doesn't have an incentive to go to school, and you're saying you're giving us this loan, but you're giving us the loan on the same terms, I'm not sure you are quite incentivizing her to want to access those loans, because ab initio, the society where she comes from, has already placed a ceiling on her. But how about you say, for this segment of the economy, you can get your loan at X amount. For this segment of the economy, you can even get your loan interest-free, or you can have another 10 years to pay back. The point I'm trying to make, and this is just an example, so it may not be one that we should, quote outside here, but the point I'm trying to make is that if we want to enhance the ability of certain demographics, especially women and the vulnerable, we must also make sure that whatever reforms we introduce target them in their particular conditions. So we don't do a blanket reforms and say, look, this reforms is going to provide inclusive growth for the Nigerian economy. It is also like the argument when we say that the GDP is growing or we say the economy is improving, and then when you drill down, you realize that the growth that is in the economy is actually growth in a particular segment. But because the economy is one, But if you begin to drill down, then you realize that certain demographics don't benefit from that overall economic growth. Let's move on, please. So now, understanding gender-responsive tax reforms. We've said that gender-responsive tax reforms are those which recognize the economic impact of changes on different gender sets. This means that the reforms are designed to achieve broader goals, such as gender equality, poverty reduction, and economic growth for the vulnerable and economically disadvantaged. Now, I tried to keep this presentation light on data because, sometimes data can be misleading. But if you look at the available data, and I think no one will argue with that, even the most chauvinistic male will not argue, that Nigerian women are less represented in the economy than men. Although those in the banking sector now will tell you that that is not quite true, since we have seen a predominance now of female chief executives. I think Zenith, has Stanbic, GT, Access, etc., UBI. I'm not sure if UBI has had a female chief executive. These were things that 20 years ago might not have been possible. But it just shows that the economy is also responding. And let me say that, trying to do something to enhance the ability of women to access economic growth does not mean that we're saying that these women are deficient or that it's a quota system kind of thing. No, it is saying that, look, historically, societies have been, structured in a particular way. So if you are going to change these historical developments, some societies are purely patriarchal. Women cannot even speak up. Women cannot work, and all of that. So if you are going to change some of these things, just like when we had the affirmative action in the United States and all of that, I'm not sure that they were saying that black people or people of color were less intelligent than the white people. What they simply said was that because of the history of slavery, the civil rights movement and all of that, black people did not have the same opportunities as white people. And so it was important to do affirmative action and help them to be able to access the same opportunities. Although our good friend, Donald Trump has now come and said that he doesn't want diversity, equality, and DEI. He doesn't want that anymore in the economy. But I think that is he's fighting a losing battle, and in time to come, most of those policies will be changed. But just a few interesting statistics for us. If you look at the Global Gender Report for 2022, it was the latest I could access. Nigeria ranked 123 out of 148 countries on the gender gap parity score and gender gap parity rankings, and we had a score of less than 1%. Less than 1%. We had a 0.639 score. So it tells you that we're not doing well at all. Although, of course, we've had some progress in Nigeria. We've had the National Gender Policy. We've done things after the Beijing conference. There was a lot of, awareness, and women began to push. Mr. Abani also mentioned, some women who held top posts in Nigeria and who acquitted themselves fantastically. And I dare say who did better than the men who had occupied similar roles than them. Because till today we talk about Dora Kulili, we talk about Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala, we also talk about my former boss, Ifeko Omogi Okaru. So what that suggests, or not even suggests, what that shows is that when given the same opportunities as men, women will do as well or even better. So if you look at things like that, you will see that there are gaps that have been created over time. And what do we do? How do we then close these gaps? How do we then ensure that we can actually move, next slide please, that we can actually move the needle on getting us an economy where women are able to participate as much as men? So we've identified some key challenges that women face. One is the issue of lower wages. Women are historically paid lower than men, and not just in Nigeria, even in other developed societies. Take football, for example. There's always been the argument that, the female footballers earn far less than the men. The counter-argument to that is, the men fill the stadiums more than the women and all of that. But if you look at, for example, the women basketball in the US and the men's basketball, the gap is not as wide as it is with football. And the reason being that, you know, in the United States, there's been a deliberate policy to say that athletes will earn as much as possible close to the value that they provide. So of course, if for those of us who are sports enthusiasts, we can say, look, you know, TV rights and all of that, what they generate. So if Usain Bolt, for example, wins a 100-meter race, he generates more traffic than maybe Miriam Yali or any of the other runners will do. But the reality is that, you know, we can also create policies that will then say, well, you know, Usain Bolt, you compete in a sport that is already well established. The men's 100 meters is an established race. The women's 100 meters is not an established race. So what do? We'll say to the sponsors that if you give the men's 100 meters race, you know, if you sponsor it with $1 million, you probably get only a tax rebate of 5%. But if you sponsor the women's 100 meters race, then you can get a deduction of 30%. So what that means, it would then drive sponsorship into women's sport, and ultimately there will, or there may, maybe not will, but there may be more interest, and women can then earn as much as men. But also things like access to credit and access to financing. And we will talk about some of the businesses where women are actually more represented. And we'll see that sometimes, even when women have put in a lot of effort, it is a lot much difficult for them to be able to access credit like men will do. I live in Life Camp, and there's a lady who sells what some of us call combine. I don't know if, I know persons like Mr. Abani will not know it, but combine means akara, yam, and fried potatoes, exactly, with very good sauce, just before the Catholic Church. And I can tell you, that woman has significant traffic. In fact, I stopped going there because of favoritism. What do I mean? When you go there, you have to queue. But I now realize that some people will come after me and she will serve them. Maybe because they are closer to her, or they call her before they come. So I stopped going there. But the reality is that if that woman walks into a bank tomorrow and says she wants a loan so she can put a good shade there, she can buy a gas burner and all of that, chances are nobody is going to give her attention. But if I walk into that same place, I'm not engaged in any economic activity, and I say, look, I want to take a loan for a vacation with my children, it is likely that my my account officer will say, okay, Ogango, let's sit down and talk. How are you going to pay us? But everyone is going to neglect that woman who's engaged in economic activity, who is serving an entire community. You know, so again, some of the things that need to be done is that we need to help women, particularly in their business. Like I said, we'll look at those businesses where women are more predominantly engaged, to help them to organize and to structure, so that they can then access things like financing, credit, and then other things, barriers like discrimination, just to say, look, why is a woman involved? For example, if a woman becomes a mechanic tomorrow, or a technician, she wants to fix air conditioners. You know, the other guys in that lane, if you then goes and opens a spare parts shop, there's going to be like, she can't be in this business. It's our business. You know, there's that mindset also. So sometimes the discrimination is not even tangible. It is actually intangible. It's just a perception. You drive your car into a mechanic workshop, and then Neka or Hadiza comes out and says, Oga, what's wrong with your car? Sorry, where's the Oga of this shop? You know, you don't want to work with her because it's a mindset. Now, so inclusive reforms, speaking about tax, should introduce tax reforms, laws, and structures that will not have an unequal impact. Yes, so let me speak to that. Sometimes also when we talk about inclusivity, we tend to think about it from a deficit perspective, i.e., women are in a deficit, so we're trying to bring them up to a particular level. No, I don't want to think about it like, and that's why I use the word not have an unequal impact. What that means is that the reforms should treat everybody equally. You know, there's always this argument about equity and equality. action or a quota system decision. But anyway, back to the topic. Yeah. Back to the topic. So, could we also and so, like I said, also tax incentives or reliefs for these female-owned businesses. If we know that women are predominant in a particular segment, can we then? Yeah, I have 2 minutes left. Okay, I'll try and round up. Moves very quickly. Yeah, funding for public services.
just about 4 reforms. The one Taiwo Yedele is doing now is the 4th reform. He also pointed out the importance of reforms, which include to improve tax policies, tax legislation, and tax administration. You mentioned the tripods of taxation, but I keep telling people, why don't we mention there's another one we don't keep mentioning, that is tax jurisprudence. Why is it silent? We talk about tax laws, tax policies, tax administration. Why are we not talking about tax jurisprudence? But that is a thing of another day. Ango also mentioned achieving inclusivity, a policy that will cover everybody, low-income earners. In this case, I'm also joining him not to do tax policy that will be discriminatory to men. Yes, we don't need to do tax policies that will be discriminatory to men. What we need to do is the tax policy that will cover the low-income earners, the downtrodden in the society. By the time you are doing it, those women that are low-income earners will automatically benefit. He talked about that we are talking later about revenue allocation and distribution. For example, in our budget, how much money is being budgeted to maternity care? And that's where women, of course, that is where women will benefit. How much is the budget? How much are we budgeting in the also mentioned the component of gender equality, which is include progressive taxation. Progressive taxation. Now we are looking at progressive taxation, and many countries are getting it right, especially when they look at taxation of high net worth individuals. I keep saying it that Nigeria can only get it right when we look at taxation of high net worth individual. Somebody will come to Maitama and buy a land or property of 2 billion. How much has he paid as tax? If you take his tax clearance certificate, can we feel reasonable tax paid? I have a situation where somebody went to Lagos and bought a property of 2 billion, and they brought his tax clearance certificate. He paid 100,000 naira. Are we really interested in taxation of high net worth individual? Are we really serious to implement progressive taxation? He also talked about personal income tax. And I agree with him because personal income tax in the area where states are involved. So we shouldn't be talking about federal government, federal government, federal government. I keep telling people, you will only protest against federal government. I have never seen any people protest against their state government. Yes, in the history of protests in Nigeria, we only led protests against federal government. But I have not seen any state protesting against their governor. Is it that the governors are doing things right? No, I also share and agree with him when he talks about federal government makes the personal income tax law. Why the state do the administration? And have asked a question, why not allow states to make their legislation when it comes to personal income tax? Because in the United States, I'll give you an example, every state has their own peculiarism. It's not the same tax rate you see across. If you go to Atlanta, their tax rate may be different from somebody living in California. And what we are trying to say is that every state has, it's just like minimum wage. You can't force every state to pay the same minimum wage. Lagos can afford to pay the same 75,000 minimum wage, but Taraba may not be able to do that. So we have to start looking at things where federal government should stop making laws for the state. Allow the state to make laws in personal income tax. This is the view I share. It's just a view. So Amitango also states about challenges in this equity we are talking about. He looked at majorly lack of data. Do we really have data that will help us get whatever we want to get right? Also, he talked about weak advocacy. In conclusion, he said that gender inclusiveness is a critical component of economic and social initiative. So I'll come to you, Dr. Lovett, with this question. In the current tax reforms, the government is focusing on progressive taxation, trying to look at high net worth individuals. Exceptions will be given to low-income earners, low companies, individuals. Do you think the reform has addressed this issue of gender responsiveness in tax policy?
Thank you so much, Dr. Kennedy, for that question. Good afternoon. Is it still morning? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank the paper presenter for doing such a very wonderful job. The paper was very well researched and put together, and had a lot of insights into the topic. So I also want to say first, before I answer your question, that this topic, I find it very, very relevant, in the sense that two issues are addressed: the tax reforms and then the gender equality issue. These are both trending topics at this point in time, both not just in Nigeria but globally. And I want to say that tax reforms are a fantastic opportunity, as far as I'm concerned, to address the second issue, which is, gender issues, gender inclusiveness. So I believe that the current tax reforms, the short answer to your question would be that the current tax reforms are actually attempting to address that. Because like we saw from the paper presentation, most of the women-led businesses or women-owned businesses fall under the lower income. And because women own most businesses owned by women are in that bracket, and the current tax reforms are addressing is actually encouraging a progressive tax regime where those with the lower income are being targeted so that they pay more. Government is trying to address that inequality. So yes, the current tax reforms are on the right track. And I believe that even though they have not addressed all the issues of gender
inclusiveness, we are on the right track, and we will continue to just refine and do more. As time goes on, these discussions would lead to more discussions. We're talking about the reforms now. We're talking about what it has covered, what is left. Then when we identify those areas that we are yet to address, then they can then be the focus of ongoing discussions to try and address them. For instance, you talked about, the speaker mentioned about, it's not just the federal that is responsible for the policies, but the states where business really happens, where life happens, where, you know, the grassroots of the economy, they should be involved in tweaking these policies that are rolled out at the national level to ensure that the administration of tax is equitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Liu, I know you've been following Society of Women in Taxation. I met you 1 or 2 occasions in their program. And just like myself, we are one of those who believe in ideology of feminism. Yes, we also share that ideology of feminism. I want to ask you, Dr. Lovett made a comment that the current tax reform is actually addressing, but not totally addressing that. I want to ask you, do you have a better approach for creating tax policy that will promote gender equity and promoting women entrepreneurship?
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And for inviting me, also start by commending the speaker for a very thoughtful and insightful presentation. While I was making presentation, I also do a lot of reflecting. But let me start first before I answer your question. The issue of gender is not about women. A man can be a single parent. So when we talk about gender inclusiveness, it's not about women. Men also have their peculiarities. And so there's a possibility that a man has a wife, and the wife passed on, is a single father raising children. So again, we need to look at it not just from that perspective. And also, let me also agree with him that states also need to do more when it comes to even tax policies, and they get more involved. I'm always of the opinion that taxation, while we need to raise revenue for governance, we also need to use tax as a fiscal policy. As an economist, I know it's a fiscal policy that helps you to distribute income and also help tackle some challenges. For instance, all of us know, because parents now are busy, both fathers and mothers, we leave our kids more to society for upbringing. And so if there's an incentive in society where you can incentivize women to stay back home and raise children that are responsible, that's the policy, because it has its own consequences in the future. So if a woman will stay back and get incentives for that, that will be fair. And also to talk about, before I also answer your question, also when you were making presentation, he talked about a single parent. I think Brazil has a policy already in place, and we should look at it. Brazil actually has these tax credits and dependent care deductions that they offer. So we should study what Brazil does with single mothers. One of the things they try to do is also to help guarantee economic security for those women, single mothers. But again, in their own pace, it's about women. And so you can raise, I think their goal, the objective was to raise how you can help these women raise, reduce the financial burden of raising children without using adequate tax reliefs for them. So it's something that there's a country that's already practicing this. And so to answer your question, I think policies are products of, policies are never perfect. And that's why we had a lot of conversations around the policy, the 4 bills. After the public hearing, I think I learned the House committee also had a retreat to also go through all the submissions. And so these are issues that we can, but again, just as he also mentioned, And again, back to SWIT, it was, I think, one of the things we discussed in the last meeting. One of the critical issues we have is that we don't do a gender disaggregated analysis of our tax collections. Who contributed what? What does she do? Who are women? We know where do they work? And so because of that, we don't have a gender policy that is anchored on some policy. Tax policies are that are anchored on evidence from disaggregated gender data. That's something we need to, I think, work on. On the issue of advocacy, I think my sister here will speak. International Budget Partnership have done a lot of work. Recently, they commissioned a study, which they funded, trying to look at women entrepreneurs across 3 states. One of the reasons was for them to put in motion for us to have to start generating data, gender disaggregated data of how women entrepreneurs actually, the challenges they face when it comes to tax compliance. It's also something that's critical for them. But I'm happy again, the tax policies that we have, income tax policies as we have them, are trying to also resolve most of these issues. But again, it's not a perfect thing. And it's also not this, again, it's not a federal government thing, it's also at the state level. You've reduced income taxes. Last week I was in Gombe, and we're having this discussion with a group of people. When we say 800,000 as threshold, what happens to that woman who still pays 100 or 1,000 naira in the market? Will you also eliminate it with local governments? And so these are critical issues, again, we need to. So it's the burden actually falls on the state when it comes to administration, not just at the national policy, because I think the devil's in the details of administration. I also want to look at issues that will, when you talk about issues around gender budgeting, which is also something that is critical. And so I'm happy that this reform was not just about taxation, but also about fiscal policy. And again, I think, again, I'll give kudos to International Budget Partnership, who has also tried once in a while to also look at the gender-based component of how revenues are expended. So not just what is collected, but what is given. So what goes to maternity, what goes to kids in school, and these policies should not be, should not be centralized. These are decentralized policies, but again, in the absence of data, there's little we can do. And so I think one of the critical things we need to set in motion now is also to probably also encourage the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics to also start generating gender-based data. That will help us to do informed policies going forward. Again, the policies are work in progress. We can continue to advocate and then continue to make advocates and then also build capacity of policymakers who, as my brother said, we see them to be wicked, but in the real essence of it, they are actually uninformed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Akani, the paper presenter made mention of a progressive tax system as a component. Do you think progressive taxation, if progressive taxation is in place, that gender equity when it comes to tax policy will be achieved? And to what extent has regressive taxation promoted gender disparities and inequalities?
Okay. Hello? Okay. My very warm regards to everyone in the audience, and thank you, SWIT, for this session. Thank you again, the lead paper presenter, for the paper. It's been very insightful and educative. So I'd like to say that indeed, progressive taxation is one of the critical ways in which we could actually close some of the gaps in gender disparity. So progressive taxation is the fact that, yes, you're trying to ensure that the people with the lower income are taxed less and that the high income earners are taxed more. So in that way, we know that a lot of our businesses, a lot of our women are in the informal sector. And with that, having that progressive taxation, we'll be able to ensure that we're able to tax those who have a high income to be able to close the gap around a lot of the things that women do. And when I say a lot of the things that women do, we will know that women are involved in a lot of unpaid work, like we have said. a lot of elderly care, taking care of the children. In fact, some research has shown that women actually have greater tax burden because of the fact that they expend a lot more on goods and services, even public goods and services. And especially if you take the single parenthood, you see that women bear more of the brunt of being a single parent. And with that, a lot more is on them. And so if they don't have that income that they should have to build their business, to also take some professional development that would aid their business growth, then it becomes a major hindrance to their growth and even to the growth of their business. So when progressive taxation is in place, and that is one of the key reforms that is that has been done in Canada on actually keying into this progressive taxation to actually ensure that more money is brought in so that governments can actually take care of a lot of things that women are expending money on. So if we have progressive taxation in place, government is there to actually have more money that can be expended to actually ensure that, yes, there's financing for women businesses, there's access to markets for these women, where government has the intention and the commitment to actually ensuring that these gaps are closed. So progressive taxation will be a vital tool, and it's good that even in our own reforms, the tax bills that are ongoing, that is something also that is being looked at. So when that comes into effect, we would see, I believe we will see the impact where government is totally committed to harnessing whatever they get. And it's a good thing that this would also be across the states. So states can actually harness whatever they can get and divert in education, into healthcare. These are the things that women spend money on. And this would help them to have more income that they could harness for their own well-being and the well-being of their businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Chika, I'm coming to you now. You know, okay, before I come to Madam Chika, I want to announce that my excellent professor is online, Professor Godwin Oyedeku. I think I'm going to come to him last after the people that are present. I'm coming to Prof last. Madam Chika, you have been, International Budget Partnership has been doing a lot with the Society of Women in Taxation, which you are the major anchor. And I know that in several meetings, especially when the Society of Women in Taxation is doing a retreat, we've been talking about collaboration and advocacy. Collaboration, advocacy, advocacy, advocacy. Gender responsiveness reform, do you think the women group have done enough? For instance, the tax reform bill, I was in National Assembly during the public hearing of tax reform bill, both at the Senate and the House of Rep. I didn't see women group making a position, taking a position paper, because at the point the Senate leader was saying, is there other groups? Any group can make a position, can bring your paper. Do you think Society of Women in Taxation, another women group, actually making their voice heard? Do you think there's enough advocacy in this gender responsiveness?
Thank you very much for the question. I want to appreciate SWIT for inviting us and appreciate the speaker as well. This topic is very, very dear to IBP's heart, and it has, you know, what we've been working on all these years. I will jump right into your question and respond that while different groups, including women groups, are making some efforts, there are still a lot of gaps in that effort. But first, I want to appreciate SWIT, because this is one of the efforts. And, you know, without anyone funding SWIT, we are not giving SWIT anything for this. So please, can we clap for SWIT? This is really their event. Yes. They did it last year, they are doing it again this year. So it has now become an annual thing for SWIT. So I would say that this is one of the steps that SWIT, has been taking. We also have other women groups who are quite doing, like the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, who also have their engagements and advocacy activities. We have like the tax justice platform that are also engaged in different kinds of advocacies. Yeah, but I want to say that it is not enough. We have not even scratched the surface. We have not scratched the surface at all. And one of the gaps, like Dr. Kennedy Wunde mentioned, is, for instance, we had a public hearing. SWIT wasn't there. The Women Business Network was not there. Tax Justice Platform was there. But these key groups and some others were not there. So these are, gaps that we need to find a way to fill. But I want to hit on some important points. I'm very happy that the speaker said that this is going to be a practical session, and that is what I really like. We've had enough of theories. We talk about how they are doing it in Brazil, in Europe, and all that. I think we need to come back home. What is our context like? What does our context say? We need to begin to ask ourselves the hard questions and challenge ourselves. So first of all, I'm very happy that the speaker mentioned the SMIDAN report. And he mentioned sectors where women dominate. What did not come out clearly is the fact that data has shown that more than 90% of women in Nigeria engage in the informal sector. So if we have that population in informal sector, I think it is time we are challenged, to begin to ask questions about taxation within the informal sector. Because this is about tax reforms. So, another thing in this SMIDAN report is that more than 80% of small and medium enterprises in Nigeria fall under the what is called the nano category. That is to say, these are businesses who have startup capital of less than 50,000 naira. So basically, we have businesses in Nigeria who are living hand to mouth. If they don't sell, they will not eat. Now, we have to ask ourselves critical questions about taxing that sector. There's what we call the implicit and the explicit bias. While our tax system does not, discriminate against anyone explicitly, you can't find it in our tax authorities are always happy to tell us that our tax system is neutral, and it sounds like a good thing. But when we begin to dig deeper, we find out that the tax system actually has what is called implicit bias. Dr. Lee, you mentioned a research that was done recently by our partners in 3 states in Nigeria. And what came out there was that in each of these states, women spend about 3 or 4 hours more than men at home before they come to open their businesses. So this means that these are the number of hours that they spend doing other things at home before they come out to open their business. So generally, they open late, more than men. They also usually don't often open, or open lesser number of times, start their businesses lesser number of times compared to men. And these are critical issues. So when you look at it, you find out they pay presumptive tax, they pay all manner of levies, fees, fines, and all of that. And we're always happy to say that the informal sector does not pay tax. But we've had researches that have confirmed that they actually do. We may not call it tax, though they pay presumptive taxes, but we may not call what they pay tax. So it begs the question, do we need to really start looking at what is going on in the informal sector? And I think it is high time we do that. This current reform has tried in some aspects, but whatever the reform is proposing has more implications for those in the formal sector than those in the informal sector. So to what extent will the current reform address taxation gaps and inequities in the informal sector? So this is the question that we need to answer. So if we say that the current narrative is that women don't pay tax, so if they don't pay tax, it means that they also are not supposed to benefit from the tax system. And that is what is actually happening. So what do we do to ensure that that is changed? And so part of the advocacy that partners are pushing for is, one, there is need for the current to reform. The national tax policy has to recognize the connection between gender and taxation in the policy. Because if it does not, it means that it is actually overlooked, an important area that has implications for inclusive economic growth.
Thank you.
Because currently it seems that we are flying with one wing, you know? So, are you going to come back to me so that, because there are so many things to say.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Unfortunately, they say I have 7 minutes. But Madam Tolu, I'm coming to you because there's an issue that is at the Bona addressing unpaid care work through tax reforms. We need to recognize the economic value of unpaid care work and its implications for tax reform. Recently, a woman from Uganda took her maid to the United Kingdom, UK. And the maid was there serving the woman. And recently, the woman that took the maid is going to jail. And why is she going to jail? She's been accused of using the maid as a slave. She's not being paid, which is very common in Nigeria. We don't care about it. Mr. Tu, I want you to talk about this unpaid care through tax reform. Do you think that can happen in Nigeria? Do you think tax reforms will address that? Or we still have a country where we make policies and laws, but implementation becomes a problem? I need to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much for that question. Good afternoon, everyone. SWIT, thank you for inviting us. Thank you. All protocols duly observed. Thank you to our lead paper presenter. That was beautiful. Thank you. To come to your question, maybe I should start from where I wanted to start from when I thought we'll really have time to discuss. To say, yes, we are now beginning to see we are paying attention to these policies and bringing them into our tax laws. You know, riding on what my sister said, the first question is our political will to implement what is in these policies. Yes, we are beginning to talk on as SWIT and other advocacy groups. Let me remind us that exactly this time last year, when we had this same session, I stood there and I was saying, why are we not getting reduced VAT rates? Do you remember, Ma, for sanitary products and all of that? So the fact that that has been considered, please let's clap for ourselves, at least the little, you know. Yes, we didn't even make any advocacy. I think it was the men that were here, or members of the reform committee that took it there that we said this. So coming back to what the paper presenter said, so maybe we need to laud these things more. Maybe we really need to be part of these conversations and break it down. Like what my sister is saying, to go back to the stakeholders and say what exactly, how can we ensure that indeed our policies are being implemented equitably. I was putting up that scale just to corroborate what the paper presenter said. That's exactly what our paper presenter was saying earlier. When you give everybody a bicycle that can help them to get to where they are going, and you don't say, but we have given the policy, so why are you not using the policy? So, coming back to your question, because it's also one of the issues that I know we have, is data. How are we going to gather the data of the number of unpaid workers that we all have? Some of us have 3 maids, especially those of us that work in these highly volatile professional services, or, you know, we are here now. Somebody is going to pick our children from school. So, I think, number 1, is the political will for us to do all of this. Number 2 is the robustness of our systems. We are still battling with having a unique identifier. If, like in America, everybody, including the maids, all have social security, then that will not be an issue, because whatever they're saying will become clear to everyone. So are we at that level? I'm very glad to see a lot of our FRS people. Mr. Mike Ango is here, and both on both sides, tax administrator and tax policy makers, we're all here. I think it's a political way to do that. I think it's not, we can't pick it and say this woman is going to jail. Rwanda has done a lot. I have it in the studies. They are one of the best in Africa when it comes to being able to handle gender-based incentives accurately. However, I think until we start coming together to say, do we have the will to say even these policies that we have, it's going to work? We are going to have unique identifiers so that wherever I am, whatever amount I am earning, even if it is 50,000 naira, it is seen first. Then, if I've paid this levy, like she said, if I've paid Agbiru, if I've paid to open shop, if I've paid market women levy, if I've paid in my small stall in front of my house, if somebody has collected money from me, it's going to be captured. Then we can then start talking about unpaid care workers. But honestly, until we get to that point of having that political will to do the right thing, to ensure that we indeed expand the net and we know what to do, we have just not done it. Ensure that we have data, we're able to get to all the places. Yes, you will say, what is the value? That's one of the questions that has been raised. What's the value of going to a village in Ikotekpene because I want somebody to pay 50,000 naira tax? How much will it even cost me to get there? But what if we then create systems that would, like the presumptive tax, yes, people are paying presumptive tax, but we only did that, if you remember, it was like this, we did this big fanfare about presumptive tax. It's not being used like that again. You know, so until we get to that level of really making this policy, all these policies that we've put together, the national tax policy of Professor Sonny, all these policies, and make it work, then we can start talking about getting everybody, getting the data for everyone first. What is CAC doing? All the people, the NIN is there, BVN is there. My driver has the BVN, he has the NIN, he has voter's card. So why are we not able to get him? My housemaid cannot open a bank account until she has a BVN. So we have the way to get these people, but are we even trying to unify these things? Then we can start saying, this is the tax this person is supposed to pay. Okay, we can give this person rebate because of the level. This is the minimum tax this person used to pay. I think we need to get to that point before even this policy can work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me come to my professor, who is it there? My excellent professor, Professor Godwin Oyedeko. Is it there? Is it online now? Can you get him online? Prof, can you hear me, Prof? Prof, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I was muted.
Okay, you can hear what I'm saying, but we can't hear you well. But let me go ahead with my question. Globally, there are growing recognition for the need for gender-responsive tax policy. Our paper presenter, the global recognition comes from UNDP, from World Bank, from OECD. Our paper presenter has said that he has pointed out major challenges like lack of gender disaggregated data, as well as limited research on gender taxation. You are into research, Prof. You are into research. I want you to talk more about this research on disaggregated data and also limited research on gender and taxation, and how can we leverage on it to bring about gender responsive tax policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. I think the first point we are taking presence of data. The presence of data. How that we understand that? To be able to let me now explain to you as a the place of gender without wasting our time, I've done some slides that I think we should be sent to us. But in order to get we should be intentional about
Hello, Prof. Hello, Prof. Hello, Prof. Can you hear me, Prof? And please, can you use your Bluetooth? Can you use your Bluetooth? Okay, can you remove the one that you have? There's one you have there. Can you remove it? I think that will make it clearer.
What do you say?
Your earpiece. What do you say? Can you remove your earpiece? I think you'll be clearer.
Oh, okay. Thank you for. That. So what I'm. Okay. So what I'm saying now is that the data that we're talking about our female gender is actually supposed to be put together by them. Every time we discuss about taxation and our female code, we create data. But inability to bring this together in a codified form for better policy decision may make people to say we don't have data for them. I'm also saying that the place of women in taxation and economic development can never continue to be under discussed. And the events of today also create further data in the scheme of things. So all we need to do is to ensure that anytime we have this kind of discourse, we codify them together and it is appropriately discussed so that we can have it for further analysis. I will be waiting for your further question on this if I'm getting you right.
Okay, Prof. We are not coming back to you again because of our time. Can we have your final thought on this subject matter today?
Thank you for not coming back to me. But you are already back to me now. And I will use the power of mind to say that we have come to terms to agree that our women are very good agents of economic development. And right from my home, I've seen the effect of how women can actually develop. I am an absentee husband who is always moving from one place to the other. If you see my children speak well, behaving well, doing well in their education, it's because my wife has been so in front and doing well. So I give it to them, and I think we should give them chance to do that. How do we do that? Men, we need to just calm down and remove our shoulder pad because it's not meant for men, so that we can allow our women to do that which they have been doing to develop our home in the system as well. In terms of taxation, they are already there. The likes of Madam Bosa Ikanova, Sandra, all of them, Titi Fokong, they are there, they are doing well in the system, and we continue to see more of them. I see the panelists, and I can tell you that the future of women in this society is very bright. It's not also enough for them to just be agitating on the high level. They should go down to the ladder and see that women, children that are female, are also encouraged to do that. Not only in the atmosphere of this nature that they will be talking alone. They should go to where it is needed. They are already in the net. They should bring more women into the net to do that which they are doing well. Thank you so much before you ask me to stop.
Thank you, Prof. I appreciate you. Okay, please, because we don't have time, can we have one or two contributions from the audience, please? Just one or two contributions. And if you don't have any, then I'll go back to my discussants for their final thought. One minute final thought. Go ahead. Okay. The mic. Okay, my VP, Dr. Innocent Ohagwa. Let's have your thoughts. Thank you.
Yes, I want to just appreciate the team, but my question is directed to you. You said every state should make laws. That you'll be taking us back to where we are coming from. That will create confusion now. I think to get harmony, let federal makes the law and then implementation, so that I don't need to move from one state. Each state will tell me a different law, and then I'll go to another state, just tell me that, oh, what you paid this in Abuja or in Lagos. So please.
Okay, that's my opinion, sir. That's my opinion. Thank you very much for that information. Madam, Dr. Levitt, can I just a question? Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, I was already here too. I'll be back there.
Okay.
Dr. Ken, it's like you don't want to recognize me.
My brother from another mother, no verse.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants.
Yeah.
I want to respond to the question you asked Dr. Lovett at the beginning.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. My name is Dr. Abdurasid Balogun. You are asking whether the current tax reform is gender responsive. I would beg to differ or disagree a little bit with the submission, because I've checked this current tax reform back to back, and I cannot see a place there where, or any section that specifically states that women are to pay lesser taxes, or in tax administration, tax obligation, payment, or adjudication. I think we should begin to face the reality in our society today that women, they occupy critical position and they play critical role in our economic development. Now, they compete with men in feeding families. When they come back, they have to cook for their spouse. What impact is economic, or what is the economic giving back to them? I want to see a situation whereby in our tax reform, women that are in businesses, there will be certain tax incentive to them to encourage them. And during the tax engagement consultative fora recently, I've never seen a place where women gather together under the umbrella like SWIT and come to make their voice heard. The government to begin to give them concession in the tax administration education, not only in tax payment, even in administration. We have 36 states and we have tax controllers. How many of them are women? And from the source of federal revenue, how many of them, from except Mrs. Okayo, who was chairman? So we should begin to face reality in line with this topic. So please, because of time, I will not say much.
Thank you very much. Before I, okay, madam, want to say something? Please bring.
There's one person
I
here,
said
but
two people because of time.
Okay, let's consider the women.
Yes, let's.
I want to actually appreciate the organizers of this program, Women in Taxation. National Council for Women's Society in Nigeria is an umbrella body for all Nigerian women. I heard when you people were saying there's no specific data on the women issue.
I want to say that to us as a body, we have tried in our various ways to compile a total list of women in different professions. Like in the local government, the 746 local government or so, 74 local government, we all have our women there. We are able to have the records on what they do to empower them. So I want to suggest that maybe when you want to have a review of your policies on tax, you can as well include us so that we can also make our impact. Because we have so many women who are into different activities, creating impact all over the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
I think that's okay.
As our name, let's get to
My name is Comfort Ahua. I'm the National Newsletter Editor for the Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're welcome, ma. Dr. Balog, my brother, I'm not trying to defend Dr. Lovett. I think somebody said we have to make this in practical. You can defend yourself. So I think that question, she technically answered it in the sense that since this tax reform is trying to exempt low-income earners, most of those women are low-income earners. So if you have a tax policy that is exempting a lot of low-income earners, since women are more of low-income earners, they will benefit from it. If you try to make a policy, say, if you're a woman, you're running a company, your company income tax will be 20%. If you're a man, you're running a company, your company income tax will be 40%. For me, it is discriminatory to a man. This is my own personal view. But if you do, if you carry out a policy that will take care of the poor people, you have also taken care of the women who are at that level. Thank you very much. So let me come back to our panelists. We don't have time. Just one minute each. Just tell us your final view. 1 minute each. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kennedy. My final thoughts. Thank you for defending me. You know, that's exactly what I said. I said that the progressive tax invariably is friendly to, is responsive to gender because it exempts low-income tax earners. And I did mention that that was a beginning and there was still a long journey with still a lot to be done. And some of the other discussants then delved into more detail about areas that need more attention. So having cleared that up, I believe that this discussion, this forum, is one of those, is an advocacy that is very critical to these issues of gender equality and inclusive growth. Like the speaker mentioned, inclusive growth is not just about women, but also about marginalized communities. You know, so that's inclusive of children, even men in the society, poor people, do you understand? Single moms, married women, and all that. So that everyone has a fair chance or gets the benefits of being part of our community. So it's a policy that caters to everyone. That's what it's about. So having said that, I want to say that for me, the next steps, what should be the next steps? Data. One of the discussants mentioned that we do have the data. Madam NCWS mentioned that we do have the data. I remember when I was Director VAT, I did start an initiative called the VAT Direct Initiative. The VAT Direct Initiative was supposed to tax the informal sector. And the first thing that initiative was supposed to do was enumeration, using the trade associations that actually look after these taxpayers, to enumerate them, to know who they are, what they do. Do you understand? Then move from there to get like turnover data on them and all that. Because they indicated interest of being benefiting from the taxes that they pay, which are unaccounted for. Most of them pay a lot of illegal taxes that are not even coming to the government. So that VAT Direct initiative, I think, is something that we should really look at critically. Then advocacy, there's not enough advocacy. I was surprised and a bit disappointed to hear that SWIT was not really at the public hearing. SWIT should please, the leadership of SWIT should please take note of this so that they are actively part of the discussion on tax policy. Monitoring and evaluation of policies. If these policies begin to roll out, it's very important to ensure that they are properly monitored and evaluated. There should be clear deliverables, which would then be monitored and evaluated. Have we achieved them? And lastly, education, information. Do you understand? This has to be taken seriously and in an intentional manner. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ma. Please, we just have limited time to leave here. I just want to have your final thought in a minute. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We said it has come. We let us agree that we have data. Okay. But the next thing is that how do we institutionalize those gender-based? How do we institutionalize those data so that we can do gender-based analysis of our tax reforms by doing a gender assessment of it? Again, that's one of the things that's missing. So I'm going to also call. So SWIFT actually is like an umbrella. Is going to sit in under the umbrella of Nigerian Council for Women's Society. Yeah. Now we have these data, but if it is locked up in your office, then the data does not exist because you also have not made it public. And then there are data, but we also need to, our data are relevant. Because again, advocacy, we can talk about advocacy, but you cannot advocate if you do not present evidence.
Thank you very much.
And so how do we get to boot? And so we can also borrow again from Canada that does a lot of gender-based, not just for taxes, but on fiscal matters, whether it is budgeting. National Council of Women's Society, when the budgets are passed, do you go through all the budgets and say, okay, how does this recognize in the budget for education? What addresses women, girl child education? In healthcare, what addresses? Those are also very critical issues. And then those are kind of data we need to churn out going forward. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so for us, I'll just say that it's important. Women, we must help each other because we are the nation builders. Everything starts with us. So we must empower each other. We must ensure that even in our own organizations, at each of our own levels, we are driving empowerment of ourselves. For example, I give an example of FRS. We have a gender desk. Now we are coming with an FRS Women Network. All this is to empower the women in our organizations. So this is what we must also do at different levels of organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Chika, if I allow you, you can talk from now till yesterday. You have a lot to talk.
You're eating into my time already.
So just give us a minute thought. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. We have data, but do we have disaggregated tax data? I think that's the question we need to ask. What kind of data do we have? Are these disaggregated tax data that will give us information on what we need to do? Okay. Now let me talk about progressive taxation from the perspective of those low-income earners, women in the informal sector. What does progressive taxation mean to them? One is provision of services for what they are paying. They want government to recognize that they pay so much. Even if this is not getting to government, government needs to do something to ensure that those payments are getting to government and recognized. Number two, they want services, and proposition has been, since we have an ongoing national reform, tax reform going on, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can we earmark some taxes paid in markets by traders, for provision and maintenance of services in these markets? It can be a legislative intervention taken up that there should be an ear or eye marking, according to Dr. Bani. Then secondly, can we have a comprehensive framework for taxing the informal sector? Because that is what will have impact for women in the country. Women want violence in taxation, in the tax system, out. This is what they face every day. People that seize their goods, throw it away, they are not able to redeem whatever is taken away from them. So these people are paying more than their income already in taxes. What do we do to remove non-state actors from the tax system? How do we ensure rollout national digitization of the tax system and try to bridge the digital gap between men and women?
Thank you.
There are so many reforms, practical reforms, that will have implications, direct implication on the women and improve their life, their businesses and their productivity. And I challenge this session to take up those reforms. Let this not be a talk show. Let's put this together, engage the presidential committee, and ensure that we get some of these things into the reform. So we have work cut out for us, and let us take these things up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So my own parting shot, I agree with what everybody has said, but our theme is leveraging tax reform for inclusive economic growth. So if we are able to achieve everything, especially the way my sister has nicely summarized it, I think the other part is to ensure that there's then accountability on the other side. That is only when there will be economic growth. It is when you tell a woman, you remember when we were small, your mom will say, if you do this, then I will do this for you. Even if you have to sacrifice a lot, you go that extent because you want to derive that benefit. If you pass, I will give you ice cream. If you tell the women, even if they don't understand, when we're still working on capacity development and all of that, if you say, if you pay your tax, if you pay it rightly, if you do this, if you register, if you go this length to put your books together or to put your house together, this is what you will benefit from it. When our government starts showing true accountability, I'm telling you, women will be coming themselves that include us. We want to do this. When we are able to go to the bank, like what the paper presenter said, and we are able to get what we need, capital for our funds, Nigeria, Africa will grow, and we can leverage on what we have seen. I have a lot of analysis of what other countries have done, what Kenya is doing, what Ghana is doing, and they are beginning to record double digits. But guess what? They are beginning to see these benefits. Are we seeing the benefits? Can we go home now and sleep that we don't have to look for school fees for children again and cry to get these things after paying tax or after paying all these levies? I think we should always look at it on the two sides. Then our economic will grow. Then Nigeria will be a better country.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I was made to understand that one or two persons want to make contribution from the virtual before we can sign up for today. Do you have one or two persons? If you have any contribution, just for 1 minute or 2 minutes. A minute. Okay, somebody raised hand. The person that raised hand, can you unmute yourself and just give us your minute of thought? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Association of Nigerian Women. ANWBN. Thank you to IBP. Thank you to IBP. Thank you to SWIT for this. My contribution is that we should all recognize that the Nigerian tax system is already discriminated. So we shouldn't put in that argument that it is not in favor of men. It is in favor of men. We are not talking about property tax. We are not talking about property tax because men are the ones who own the property. And I also want to mention that when we talk about contribution in terms of submission of the ANWBN, working with the IBP, we contributed our quota in terms of the discussion on ideas in the project, and we are thankful that the response was taken to the cognizance of this. So what I just want to say is that as we towards the next phase. Please, let's begin to talk about unpaid care. The issue of unpaid care is very important for women and their business. If women do not seek to apply, we must recognize the place of unpaid care, because 70% of unpaid care is being taken care of by women. We have to be careful to go forward, because there is a certain women of the political age, they want to focus on their career and on their business, and that's how we have a crisis having more children in this. Thank you so much. That's my own.
Thank you. I think that's all. That is all. Thank you so much. Thank you, discussants. Thank you, the audience. Thank you, our paper presenter, Mr. Michael Ango. There's something we are taking away today. And what is that thing? We have data, but we don't have disaggregated data. Please go home and research. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Discussants, moderator, and also the paper presenter. It's been a worthwhile moment you here, and we want to thank you for doing a great job. Please, once again, can we put our hands together for all of them there? I am sure we're gaining so much in this discussion, but I'd like to do something. Can we please just stand up? Just stand up. Please, I'll crave indulgence for everybody. Just stand up. Raise your two hands up. Raise your right leg. Put your right leg up. For those who can do the left one, put the two up. Okay, please, maybe seated. All right. We want to consolidate on time and then toggle our programs. We'll be going on another item before we go for our next presentation. But our crave indulgence of our late speaker and the other panelists. Okay, we'd like to do a quick appreciation and then we continue with the program.
Thank you very much, MC. We want to respectfully invite our Vice President, who will help us to do this presentation. DJ, please, you know, you are supposed to have played the citation of our Executive Chairman, FCTR. Please, kindly put it on the... So that okay.
Michael Ango is the Acting Executive Chairman of the Federal Capital Territory Internal Revenue Service, FCTIRS. He's a lawyer and tax practitioner with over 20 years' experience in the public and private sector. His experience cuts across tax, fiscal policy design and administration, domestic revenue mobilization, tax governance, and institutional reforms, amongst others. His career includes serving in key roles such as partner and head of the Tax Advisory and Regulatory Services Unit at Anderson LP, head of Legal and Stakeholder Relations at Nigeria Incentive-Based Risk Sharing System for Agricultural Lending, NASA PLC, head of Policy and Public Affairs at Guinness Nigeria PLC, Special Assistant and Technical Advisor and head of the technical team to 4 different executive chairmen at the Federal Inland Revenue Service over a period of 8 years. Manager, Tax, Regulatory and People Services at KPMG Professional Services. Mr. Anger writes articles, makes presentations and media appearances on contemporary tax and revenue issues in the country. He has worked closely with and advised various revenue-generating agencies on organizational reform, human resource and capacity building, and operational process development, amongst others. He also advises on domestic revenue mobilization and was a member of the Fiscal Policy Reform Committee of the Federal Ministry of Finance, which was responsible for advising government on key fiscal policy reform initiatives and drafted the annual finance bills between 2019 and 2023. He was also a member of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. He has a first degree in law from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and is an alumnus of Columbia University in New York, where he obtained a master's in law. He also has an executive education certification in comparative tax policy and administration from the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, USA. He's a member of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria and International Association of Privacy Professionals, amongst others. With a round of applause, let's welcome him to the stage.
Let me celebrate the Executive Chairman of FCTIRS as we want to appreciate him.
The best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Thank you so very much, MC. And to the moderator who has moderated excellently well. So we want to appreciate you. We want to say thank you for a job well done. Thank you, sir.
That's how it is, cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up.
Out of time, please, let's cut it short now. We want to now invite my own sister, Dr. Lovett Ononuga. Thank you so very much.
I see you winning, I'm winning. We are winning, you're winning, I'm winning. We are winning, but I congratulate you and to hate you. I see you winning, I'm winning. We are winning for love.
DJ, please. Now, we are going to take good photograph. We are going to take good shortly. So please cut it short. We want to now invite, appreciate our own technical partner, the friend of SWIT, Dr. Abdurrahman Aliyu. Thank you. Please put your hands together for him.
I see you winning, I'm winning. We are winning, you're winning, I'm winning. We are winning, but I congratulate you and to hate you. I see.
We have our dear sweet sister, Toluwalogo Odutayo. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Next, we have another of my sister, Mrs. Olubanke Akoni. Thank you, thank you. Sweet greatly appreciate you. Thank you.
Congratulations, he has done it for you, and you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again.
Then we have the one who taught us the rope. We're crawling when we first had the contact with IBP. We were kind of naive. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know what was advocacy in her suite. But she patiently, painstakingly, had to teach us what we needed to do. So we want to greatly appreciate IBP, not just Ole Chika, the whole of IBP team. We have the country manager here, Dr. Yinka Babalola. So we want to appreciate you, Chika, this afternoon for doing excellently well and for helping us to grow. Thank you. God bless you.
Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be try. Kill up, come, person, I tell, person, we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on
erudite professor, Professor Godwin Oyedoku, FCTI. May I request Sandra to please come and receive this on his Prof. Sandra is receiving this on your behalf, so you can see your beautiful plaque here. Thank you for a job well done.
Don't walk, you don't try this. You supposed to be jai. Kilo come, person, person we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good. Let me see you.
After this, we'll call all the members of this panel to please come around so that we can have a group photograph of everyone that was in this session. May I humbly request the acting executive chairman to please come around, and also the chairman of session, then the deputy president. Please, our photographers should help us tidy up in good time so that we can snap quickly and continue with the activities outlined. While we are waiting for the photograph session, I'd like to advise participants to your left, to your right, just exchange your business card, your ATM card, and whatever it takes. Okay, but be notified Society General is not back.
I'm a winner. Just believe that I'm a winner. I said just believe. I'll never do like you do it. Best believe I'ma do it. Yeah. Let me do it like I do it, how I do it. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Yeah. Oh mama, body that oh mama, if you know I'm gonna something to do.
All right, thank you very much. May I quickly announce that we have virtually participating in this summit, we have Dame Gladys Simplis, the past president, CITN, and SWIT Life patron. Dame Simplis, we thank you very much for joining us. And I'd like to also announce that a CITN council member, Mr. Funshaw Abidaki, is also online with this site. Please, I crave indulgence of participants to be seated. Kindly be seated. We'd like to consolidate on time and take the next paper so that we can tidy up in good time for everyone to go back to rest after I had this job. Please, participants, be seated. Can we have everybody sit back on the seat so that we can continue with the program as outlined?
Stand in the rain as the clouds go gray. On the rose and the earth sings. The season's just beginning. Sunlight it hides as the clouds make way. For the pouring of my blessings, I will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. In the rain, it's for my seed to grow. For every prayer and every seed I've sown, the Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping back 100-fold. The land is green, it's green.
All right.
Oh, the land is green.
The chairman of the summit, Dr. Mark, may I take a kind permission from you to continue with the second plenary session, which will be exporting the theme Digitalization, Equity and Tax Policy Reforms, navigating the challenges and opportunities. And our moderator is indeed a beautiful and brilliant woman whose courage, achievements, and noble qualities makes her outstanding. She was past president of CITN, and then she's also a pioneer president of SWIT. That's 2010, I think, to 2015. She is a lecturer that knows exactly what she is to teach people when it comes to lecturing. Today she's here with us as a moderator of this session. Please, can we welcome with every joy Dr. Justina Adaku Okoro, FCTI. Can we clap some more for her?
Women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never sing a song for women.
Up sweet. Once again, can we celebrate our pioneer president here with us this day, Dr. Okoro. May I quickly invite to join her, Dr. Eshen Okoro. Please can we celebrate him? This gentleman that is when we eat a certain call, when the world. I'd like to invite Associate Professor Obal Usang, FCTI. Associate Professor Obal Usang, FCTI. May I also announce that we have Dr. Abimbola Abdurrahman Lekki joining us virtually. Dr. Abimbola Abdurrahman Lekki is online. Please can we put a hands together for Dr. Abimbola Abdurrahman Lekki. I do not know if Mr. Chimenka Ezeribe is here with us. Mr. Chimenka Ezeribe, okay, he's here. Mr. Chimenka Ezeribe, FCTI, is also part of this discussants that are going to discuss this topic. Please can we celebrate him? Let's put our hands together for him as he goes to take the seat. Our paper presenter, Oni, please, I'd like to request that we remain silent as we take his citation. He will be joining us virtually, to which everybody needs to be attentive to us to hear his message in the course of this program.
Omi Omuole Undushala, FCA Audit UK, CISA, CISSP is the tax controller of the Non-Resident Persons Tax Office, NRPTO, at Nigeria's Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, with over 28 years of experience across consulting, finance, oil and gas, and tax administration, is a recognized expert in international taxation. Olusola leads the taxation of permanent establishments, the digital economy, and non-resident entities, driving policy reforms to enhance compliance and boost revenue. His expertise in tax automation, policy development, and stakeholder engagement contributes significantly to Nigeria's economic growth and ease of doing business. A respected thought leader and global speaker, he actively shapes international tax discourse on emerging challenges in a digitized world, ensuring effective cross-border taxation and sustainable economic strategies. With a round of applause, let's welcome him to the stage.
May I quickly introduce and call on Mrs. Sandra Moma, FCTI, a very vibrant lady that definitely you'll appreciate much more when she speaks to us today as a discussant. Please, let's put hands together for Mrs. Sandra Moma. Our technical team, I'd like to know if we're ready to join Mr. Oni. Okay. Please, I crave the indulgence of every participant to be attentive. Please sit back as we take on the next paper by Mr. Oni.
All right. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting some feedback. Are you hearing me clearly, please? Okay. So, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I want to thank also the leadership of SWIT for the opportunity to participate in this summit. I'll be talking about digitalization, equity, and tax policy reforms, navigating the challenges and the opportunities. I'm so delighted to be here today. You can see that everywhere around me is pink. I'm always happy to be in the midst of ladies because, as you all know, my mom is a lady. The woman that has changed my life too, my wife, is a lady. And the person that will take care of me when I retire is none else but my daughter. So, and you know, just to start on a lighter note, when this earth was being created, at every creation, every day, the creator will say, everything is good. Everything is good. First day, second day. But the first time he said, it is not good. He said, it's not good for a man to be alone. And the solution to that is what? A lady. And the thing the creator took out of women is not ordinary. And any man that despises it is on his own. So I hold women in high esteem. You can see the way this program is going. It's been going perfectly. So I want to thank you again for the opportunity. So our agenda for today, we're going to look at what is pink tax and equity. We are going to look at the old way before the digital. We are going to look at the new way after the digital. We are going to look at the intricacies of the new. We are looking at the solution that the world is looking for in respect of this intricacy. We are going to look at Nigeria's efforts, the results, and the challenges Nigeria has faced in digital, and the future, what the future portends, and the opportunity. So talking about pink tax, what is pink tax? Pink tax is a tax that is looking at gender-based price discrimination in a situation where women pay more for products and services identical to those marketed to men. There was a research in 2015 in New York City, and they found that women pay for products more than men by about 7%. And in a lifetime of a woman, pink tax can cost women thousands of dollars more than men for the same basic goods and services. Let's look at some of the examples where women are taxed higher. Personal care products. When you have a pink razor that does exactly the same thing with men's razor, which is blue color, because it is pink, it costs 20 to 30% more. Women clothing, ordinary t-shirt and jeans are more expensive than men. Children toy, once it is pink, there is additional premium on it. And the fact is, it's not that women are just paying more. Because of sales tax and value-added tax, they pay more tax for the same thing that men are enjoying that they want to enjoy. including dry cleaning. When you want to dry clean a lady's clothes, it's more expensive than that of men. And of course, hygiene products, tampons, is more expensive. Men don't even buy those. But because women are buying, I guess there is a need for, because it's the same income that a man earns that the woman will earn if they are in the same income bracket. But what a woman will end up spending on is definitely more than men. So that is what Pink Stars are looking at. And then financial services in some countries, women are seen to pay more for insurance than men. Now let's look at gender equity. In every economy, economic structures are not gender neutral. For instance, women earn less, they own fewer assets, and do more unpaid care work, taking care of children and all those things. When you say, oh, this tax is neutral, yes, it's neutral. But beyond neutrality, we need to look at the unintended gender biases, because tax rules impact people differently based on income, consumption, and employment patterns. So it's not enough for tax to be neutral. There is need to begin to look at, oh, this tax policy that we are coming up with, what is the implication on men, and what is the implication on the children, and what is the implication on women? So gender equity ensures that tax policy do not disadvantage one gender over the other gender. A neutral tax system may still produce an unequal outcome. So what other countries are doing now is that when they come up with a tax policy, they will, beyond the neutrality, fairness, and everything, they will now do an assessment. What is the implication of this tax on women? What is the implication of this tax on other people of the economy? They said that this is done in, I think, Australia. So because of time and because we have spent a lot of discussion has gone on it, I'll skip some slides. Let's see some of the global best practices in gender responsive taxation. I've mentioned Sweden and Canada, that they have a body that will look at the implication of this tax on women. They look at implication of this tax on men. Then, taking for instance, UK and Nigeria. UK removed VAT on menstrual products. Nigeria also did that, but not extensively. You know, it is only those ones that are manufactured in Nigeria that are VAT exempt. The imported one are not VAT exempt, so they still have to pay more for that. But when you now, if you are a policymaker, you now look at, if I now say imported sanitary pads are tax exempt, will it not cause challenges for the local manufacturer who cannot compete with the imported one? So there is a need to just have policy balance in this area. In Kenya, they have gender-sensitive taxation rules also. India, GST exemption for micro businesses where many women operate. This one I like so much. South Africa, which I want Nigeria also to emulate. South Africa offers tax deduction for child care costs. In Nigeria, we have a 25 million threshold for VAT registration and CIT obligation, which favors more women because we have more women participating in that informal sector below 25 million. I remember before this policy, when we go out in FRS for VAT monitoring, some people going out, they will go to salons, and that's those salon people to come and pay tax. But because of Tax Reform through Finance Act, there is some good for that. So a lot of women in this sector are being exempted. So Nigeria has not done badly, but there is also room for improvement. So recommendation for Nigeria, adopt gender responsive budgeting, ensure that tax policies consider gender differences in outcome, in income, spending, and employment. They should reduce VAT on essential goods for women. support women in entrepreneur, and then improve data collection. You know, all these things we are saying, maybe they are mainly for other countries. We need to come back home and look at how our tax policy is really impacting women negatively, or is really impacting a particular gender positively or negatively. So in order to encourage women also, the country can provide tax credits for caregiving, just as we have in South Africa. Then there is a need for gender awareness, awareness about gender bias in taxation. This is what we are doing. So we thank SWIT for bringing this to limelight. Now, my final thought on pink tax and equity. When we say gender equity in taxation, it is about fairness, not about special treatment for women or for men. A fair tax system increases compliance and broadens tax nets. A fair tax system is not just about revenue, it is about justice and inclusivity. A fair tax, digitalization offers an opportunity to make tax system more inclusive. So on this, I will go to the second part of our discourse. I'm going to look at the old before digitalization. We look at the new when digitalization came, and the intricacies. In the olden days, up to 2010, we have brick and mortar companies. And when you look at the top 10 companies in the world, as at 2010, we have Walmart, Royal Dutch, and the rest. What is common about them is that they are brick and mortar. They cannot make 1 penny from Nigeria, except they come into Nigeria and have a permanent establishment. They cannot make a penny from Nigeria if they don't have an agent doing something for them. They cannot make a penny from Nigeria if they do not come to execute contract for a few days, maybe contract of survey, delivery, installation, and construction. And in those days, our law was perfect to bring them into tax nets. But lo and behold, by 2020, the narrative changed. The top 10 companies in the world changed drastically to Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, Facebook, Alibaba, and the rest. So the new is that the world is now borderless. There is new technology evolving every day, and tax is pursuing effects without presence. What do I mean by that? You can see Facebook. You can pay Facebook. You can pay Netflix. But when you check all over Nigeria, you can't see them. They are not registered in Nigeria. They are not registered with CAC. They don't have agents. So the new technology has removed barriers between countries. And what is happening anywhere can be seen and monitored from anywhere. You can earn revenue from any part of the world without stepping out of your bedroom. And that is what is new. Can you imagine the biggest real estate company in the world that does not own 1 single property? What comes to mind? Airbnb. Airbnb is everywhere in the world, but they don't own a single property. How managed? They use technology. Can you also imagine the biggest transportation company without owning a single car? That is Uber, Bolt. In those days when I first came to Lagos, it's these yellow taxis that you see. And when you enter these yellow taxis, you are a big man. But today, the yellow taxis are being driven by very few old men that do not know how to use smartphones. So a time will come, we won't even see these yellow taxis and green taxis in Abuja again. Can you also imagine a media empire that creates no content? All the things we see on Facebook, none of them is created by Facebook. It is we, myself and you, that snap and post for them. They just create a platform for us to see one another. And they have taken the business of newspaper and advertising companies. This one is common to ladies. A media company without owning a single cinema or satellite, Netflix. You know, Netflix is everywhere in the world, but they don't move away from their country in America. We have Alibaba, we have Google. If you want to check any, let me just ask, when last did you buy dictionary? The word of dictionary is extinct. Encyclopedia called Britannia has been in existence for 244 years, but in 2012, they closed because of Google and Wikipedia. So this new thing, new digitalization is changing the narrative, is changing the way we are doing things. Before, I cannot present like this without coming to Abuja, but you can see me, you can hear me because of technology. So what are the intricacies of this new technology? Number one, scale without mass. By that, we mean that they can be in any country. They can expand to anywhere without moving an inch from where they are. Reliance on intangible assets. Before Shell can make money in this country, they must invest heavily in assets. They must invest heavily in rigs. But the digital company, they don't have any physical assets. They have intangible assets. Data and user participation. It means that these digital companies, they rely on the data and user participation. And there's this general saying that the new crude oil is now data. Is the new black gold is data. So they rely heavily on data. If you mention something, if you search something on internet now, maybe you're searching for a particular type of shirt, all the adverts you'll be seeing will be related to that. How? They know you, they know what you are looking for, and they will direct information to you because they have that. On top of the one you don't see. All these companies, they're not in Nigeria, they don't have a branch in Nigeria, they don't have agents. So what is the solution? And it's a global challenge. But the good news is that every country is a sovereign state, and they have power to make legislation on what to tax in their country. So we have primary law, we have secondary law, and we have subsidiary law. Because of time, I won't go into the details. But for secondary law, it says that any income that is derived in Nigeria, FRS is empowered to subject it to tax. And then we have some secondary law like significant economic presence, which we will go. So in 2012, the world under the OECD, they came up with 15 BEPS action, and is to address what is called base erosion and profit shifting, which means they are making money in country A, but they are not paying tax in country A. They say they are not hearing anything. Sorry, are you hearing me? Can I have feedback? Okay, good. Okay. So base erosion and profit shifting is about preventing people from moving profit from the jurisdiction where they have made the profits to another jurisdiction where they will not be taxed, or where they will be taxed very, very little. And it's when we look at canon of taxation, it's unfair. It's not equitable. When you generate income from country A or Nigeria, then the income is shipped to another country, maybe a tax haven. So the first BEP action was on digital economy. They want to address this challenge, these intricacies that have been mentioned, because the whole world, we didn't know how to work on it. We don't know how to solve the problem. So in response to that, in 2017, Nigeria and FRS came up with BEPS implementation committee, and they focus on BEP Action 1 that addresses digital economy. And there was proposed a three-pronged response to address the digital challenges. The first one is policy. The second one is legislation and administration. We'll look at it briefly, and we'll now look at significant economic presence and the initiative on VAT. So on policy, for instance, they joined the whole world to look at a unique and lasting solution to tax digital economy, which is with OECD, inclusive framework, ATAF, and the rest. But while that was going on, we say, okay, let us amend our domestic rule to even bring into nexus of taxation in Nigeria digital economy, and we came up with significant economic presence. The plan was that immediately we have Pillar 1, Pillar 2 operational, and it's favorable and it's fair, we will drop our unilateral approach. It's not really unilateral approach. Our domestic method, will drop it and embrace the multilateral mechanism. And on value-added tax, we updated they needed to change the policy of value-added tax to enable our value-added tax act to tax activities of digital economy. And to do all this, we need to also amend our FRS Establishment Act. So let's look at legislation. This thing happened former administration, President Buhari. And one good thing about that administration is that at every time budget is released, there is always Finance Act. And Finance Act 2019 was the first Finance Act in 30 years. Was the first 30 years. So at that time, our laws were old, archaic, and ineffective to tax the new digitalization. So a lot of Finance Act came during that administration of 2019, 2020, 2021, 2023. And these are some of the legislative amendments for digital economy. Because of time, we will not go into details. We will treat some of them later. So let's look at, we have looked at policy, we have looked at legislation, let's look at administration. For administration, we need to automate our tax collection system, tax administrative system. And I'm so proud of our tax programmers because it's in, and today, any company sorry, can you hear me now? Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, please let me share my screen again. So can you see the screen now?
So can you see the screen now?
And can you hear me?
And can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. So
okay.
I go back on appreciation. On automation, we have tax programmers. I was saying that I'm so proud of Nigeria. We locally developed a world-class application called Tax Promas. And today, even if you are in the mass and there is network there, you can register and pay your tax from any part of the world. And this, to a large extent, addresses the challenges of digital economy. So we don't need to call on Netflix, Uber, and the rest. to come physically to Nigeria to register and pay tax. They can do all their tax obligation from anywhere in the world at any time. In fact, they can pay in any currency. They can pay in Naira, they can pay in dollar, they can pay in GBP, they can pay in euro, you know. So then specialization, talking on tax administration, specialization, my office, non-resident persons tax office was created to specifically administer tax for non-resident entities. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay, please let me play again. I'm sorry about the fluctuation in network. Sorry, can you hear me now? Okay. So okay. We did a lot of collaboration with OECD, UN, inclusive framework, and then we are doing a lot of sensitization. The taxpayer service unit is doing a lot of sensitization and guidance. So let's look at some of the solutions that came out of the Finance Act and amendment to our law. The first one is significant economic presence. The significant economic presence order came through Finance Act, and it empowers the Honorable Minister of Finance to define what is called significant economic presence. And in the definition, it says that any company that is deriving a turnover or income of more than 25 million, which is fair to Nigeria and non-resident, that's tax equity. Any company deriving more than 25 million or is equivalent in any currency have what is called significant economic presence. So if you are a streaming company like Netflix, if you are transmitting data collected about Nigerian user like Facebook, if you are providing some goods and services through digital platform like Amazon, Alibaba, if you are providing intermediation through digital platform like Match Group, this Match Group matches boys and girls together who wants to date. All those people are the nexus of taxation in Nigeria. Significant economic presence has created nexus for them. Also, even if you are not participating in all this, but you are using Nigerian domain name .ng to register a website in Nigeria, you are within significant economic presence and you have to pay tax. If you don't fall into the above category, but you have a purposeful interaction with this customized digital page or platform to target people in Nigeria, and including and reflecting the prices of Nigerian of product or services in Nigerian currency, or they are providing option for billing or payment in Nigerian currency, you are also within significant economic presence if your turnover is less than 25 million. Now, on value added tax, I want to say that the old law says that when a resident entity, individual or corporate, employs services from non-residents, the resident
Good afternoon, the chairman of this occasion.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, can you hear me now, please?
So sorry about the network glitch.
Okay.
So I was
saying that in those days, under the old law, it is the resident company and entity that we self-charge themselves and go and remit. And let me paint a scenario that is peculiar to women. Women are the highest subscriber to Netflix. Under the old law, when you pay 5,000 naira Netflix subscription, you are expected to go to environment and remit 7.5% of it, which is 375 naira. That is under the old law.
You have 3 minutes.
But we know that this is not possible because most of the people that are subscribed to Netflix, they are not even within the threshold of value-added tax of 25 million. So there was a lot of reform, policy reform on value-added tax. And the result of that policy reform was summarized in the guideline called Simplified Compliance Regime for Value-Added Tax for Non-Resident Supplier.
Under this new
change,
digital company
are now nominated to charge, collect, and remit value-added tax on anybody that is paid. So when you are paying your Netflix subscription, or you are paying for Facebook adverts, or you are doing anything digital, you are paying for Zoom,
there is element of
value-added tax in what you are paying.
The law has
now mandated that these digital companies, we self-charge, we collect the tax from you, not self-charge, then we collect the tax from you and remit on behalf of you. The unique thing about Nigeria approach is that it's for both B2B and B2C. That is, if a corporate enterprise like Zenith Bank, Dangote, they are using digital service, they are getting digital services. The digital company is still empowered. Even if it is bank, the digital company is empowered. They have superior authority to charge, collect, and remit value-added tax to FRS. The only time that Nigeria companies and those that are registered for VAT will charge, we remit VAT is only when they fail to raise invoice or fail to charge accordingly.
So effective January
2022,
all digital
services and intangible,
they are subject
to the guideline. They are automatically nominated. They are automatically appointed to charge and remit. So let's look at the result of significant economic presence and the simplified guideline. For simplified guideline of value-added tax, it has been overwhelming. Because of confidentiality, I might not be able to give you figure, but on a monthly basis, we get over 1 billion from this.
But for significant economic
presence, which is CIT, it has not been very straightforward. And I will explain because we are tax consultants here. Because 7.5 to 7.5, there is no input. So you get it and then you remit it. But for CIT, you have whatever income you make, the taxable amount is subject to some deductions, allowable deductions. So because of that, the significant economic presence has not yielded up to expectation. But with the new tax reform that is coming up, we will have a better result. So what are the challenges? Like every new thing, Nigeria is one of the first to adopt significant economic presence. I think we are about the first in the whole world, and we are among the about 3 or 4 that is. So because we are first to implement it, we have some little challenges, and then after implementation, we have identified these challenges, and then we are going to work on it. First is there is no clear-cut profit allocation rule. So when they are filing, they take advantage of this and file anyhow.
And then it now makes us
in the office to now do revised assessment. The other challenge is that SEC is not recognized by treaty.
Treaties with 16
We have treaties with 16 countries. Countries from treaty, countries from treaty countries don't subject themselves to compliance in respect of significant economic presence, even though they are complying for value-added tax. And what do we have as a result of this? There is massive treaty shopping. Most of the digital coming are from America, but when they are coming to Nigeria, they will not come in from to America because we don't have treaty with America. They look for a treaty country and then come to Nigeria through that treaty country so that they can escape payments or compliance with significant economic presence. Then,
is the solution to this?
What is the solution to this? The solution to this is that National Assembly should ratify multilateral instruments which automatically updates our treaty to include digital economy, because all the treaties were in before, some of them were before I was born, a lot of us were born, and there was no digital economy, so there was no provision in those treaties for digital economy. But with multilateral instruments, if ratified by National Assembly, it automatically updates our treaty, and then there is no escape for anybody. So treaty negotiation is also very difficult, and while all of you agree that enforcement is very difficult for companies that are registered in Nigeria, what about enforcing companies that are not even physically present in Nigeria? While we are not saying that it's impossible, it's a bit more challenging, but it's not impossible.
Something funny
about digital economy is that we don't know who, we don't know what, we don't know when, we don't know where, we don't know, and we don't know how much they are making.
In future,
we will begin to leverage on artificial intelligence. We begin to leverage on digitalization to have a robust tax administrative solution that we discover who, what, when, where, why, and how much they are earning.
So what are the solutions to this?
Challenges? FRS passed a circular to address problem of attribution. Because of time, I will not go into the details. The slide will be made available. And then what are our expectation from the tax reform bill? There is a proper
basis for attribution
in our tax reform bills now. And what is future? What are we looking at the future? And that's a proper rule of profit attribution. How will digital companies be subject to company income tax in Nigeria? There is going to be clarity when in future. Then we want to implore the National Assembly, if they are here, to sponsor this bill that we ratify our multilateral instruments. We want to strengthen our cooperation with other tax jurisdictions to bring those people that are outside the tax net in digital economy to our tax net. We have exchange of information, CBCR. We want to leverage on that to increase our compliance. And then there's a big one that we are not taking attention to. Other countries are.
Nigeria is a big player.
Nigeria is a big player.
We are looking at crypto acquisition of crypto assets. It's a digital.
It's a digital based transactions, and without technology, there is no crypto transaction. So it falls within the purview of what we should be looking at. So in future, we are looking at developing a framework that will subject them to tax accordingly. We want to collaborate with other people in future to make tax paying to make revenue from digital activities more and more. What are the opportunities of digital economy?
Today we sit in our
office without paying Netflix, Google, Amazon, and the rest. They are collecting tax from everybody, including Zenith Bank, including Dawe, including you and me, including the people that are watching Netflix. They are collecting value-added tax, and then they are paying to the coffers of federal government, which is very, very good for our development. Then for corporate tax, SEC is also giving billions of naira. Then by the time we start harnessing the opportunity in crypto asset transaction, we're going to make a lot of money because Nigerians are very, very active, and a lot of non-resident entities, they are focusing on Nigeria in their crypto business. Then another opportunity for Nigeria is that
we should not just look at
we should not just look at digitalization. We should look at, as consultants, we should begin to take advantage of digitalization in our tax consultancy. We should begin to take advantage of
ingredients, looking at digitalization.
We should take advantage of digitalization as tax regulator also. Then finally, on opportunities for our children, they should be encouraged
to do justice,
to begin to do technical work.
But I say that there are quite a lot of technical terms that Mr. Oni has brought.
There are some I'm writing in about 2 minutes.
Here, right into international tax. To make it down in a simple language, you and I will go home with something. So I'll start with Sandra.
Okay.
Sandra, good afternoon. The speaker went extensively in your area of specialization. He talked about the intricacies, base erosion, significant presence, and this really affects many business people, but we are here to look at gender equity. So how does these terms, how do you relate this international tax term to the core topic that has brought us here this afternoon? That's question 1 for you. And I will also ask the second question: what type of policy, we are talking about tax policy now, what type of policy will you recommend for Nigeria to be able to nip the intricacies on the board? Sandra.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to stand on existing protocols. Thank you. Yeah, okay. So international tax is an interesting space, right? What is bringing it to our conversation had to do with digitalization. And then when you talk about the digitalization, like he was presenting, the way we used to do things before, you have businesses. Sorry, echo. You have businesses. Prior to this, for a company to do business with Nigeria, they must be here present. And based on that, we have our tax laws drafted, right? On that basis, if you have physical presence resulting to fees base, and for treaty permanent establishment, automatically you are subject to tax. So, but right now, because of technology, business models are changing. So a lot of businesses can happen now. You don't need to come to Nigeria, you'll be in US and you're doing business. That is what digital has done. And what is the impact? Bringing it, trying to connect it to the gender-based discussion that we are looking at. So it's trying to tell you what digital can do. We have a lot of limitations. If you look at it from the gender-based conversation that we've been having, the impacts, the unfair tax burden on women. Can we take advantage of technology and solve that problem? In terms of the women businesses, that almost 90% as stated from the previous presentation, we have our women in that business, and there's the unfair tax burden on them in terms of the activities that they are doing. So how do we bring in technology to take advantage of that for them to be able to get tax benefit, putting forward tax incentives that's beneficial to that business, so that, because the end result is economic growth, right? So for us to achieve that economic growth, we need to see these women businesses thrive. And for them to thrive, we need to handle the problem they are facing. And one of the problems is unfair tax burden. So that needs to be addressed. And how do we take technology, bring technology in, and then in terms of looking at how business models are changing, how with the small businesses, the women, where women play most, how would that change if we bring in technology to solve the problem. So the major thing why it's linking to international, it's not a Nigerian problem, it's a global problem. So taking cue for the solution, OECD, they've been working on it, and is #1 point on that, taxation of digital economy, businesses and all that. So that is how they link on that. The policy I will recommend must be a gender-based policy from gender perspective. So whatever we are doing in terms of the tax reforms, we need to take gender base into consideration in coming up with tax policies, and then from there we go to the tax laws. So that would be my recommendation. Especially, I know previously data has been overemphasized. Starting points is getting those data, know how it impacts women, and then we formulate policies that should address that. Thank you so much.
Listening to the impact of tax on gender disparity since morning, and this paper presenter defined gender equity. He said it's about designing policy that account for different economic realities of men, economic realities of women. How do you think that this can work out in Nigeria and indeed Africa? That's what I want to know from you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, the moderator. How we can use policies to, deal with clear economic disparities among different genders. For me, a lot of people have advocated for coming out with policies that address the issue of poverty. People talk about that the women folk, they are poor. Personally, I don't seem to so much agree with that. But even if we agree that the women folk are poor, yeah, we know they face some peculiarities. So I would be advocating for policies that would empower the women, policies that would change those things that make them to earn less income. Yes, of course, we know that tax people follow the money. We follow the income where they are. So if the women folk are not earning so much income, then let's try to come up with policies that would change that situation. And I will be specific. Rather than saying, when a woman walks into a shop to buy an item, the woman should pay less tax, less VAT for an instance. Rather than 7.5, let the woman pay 5.1%. I will be saying no to that. But rather, I will be saying that the policy should be about empowering them, and specifically, let's say something like, can we come up with policies that would grant more incentive to companies that employ more women? Can we grant more incentives to companies that bring more women to the board? Can we say something like, if XYZ company have 50% of board members as women, let that company have some unique tax reliefs and incentive. So that will encourage companies to bring more women on board. And when you bring women at that high level, they will earn a whole lot of income. And there's something special about women, the way God has made them. If you watch across board, you will see that most women around the age of 40 and above have actually finished dealing with the issue of childbearing. Yeah, not all of them, but majority of them. So they are done with the issue of childbearing. They have done with the issue of, taking care of children at that early stage. You see most of their children have advanced in terms of being in the universities, or even some have started working. So The challenge is that when women pass through those period of, in quote, inactivity, when they are focusing majorly on their small children, they seem to remain in that circle. They don't transit from that situation to a situation where they will begin to do more or engage more in economic activities and earn more money. So the policy should be targeted at changing that situation, helping women to transit from that period of low activity to a period where they begin to engage in economic activities and earn more money. So, if we can come up with those policies, if you look at what has happened in the bills before the National Assembly, the tax reforms generally, you know, someone today said, if you go through those bills, you will not see anywhere it says, oh, women should pay less tax. And of course, that is true. And I am in support of the position adopted in that bill, because it kind of grants general incentive to small businesses. And we're saying, oh, a lot of women are in small businesses. But is that actually supported by data? If I go to Wuse Market today and count the number of shops in Wuse Market, can I actually say that 70% of the shops are owned by women? Can I put a figure to it? And if I can't put figure to it, it becomes difficult for a country like Nigeria to come up with, you know, specific policies that are targeted at empowering women. Yeah, someone today, a speaker earlier, said that we have data, even though that was a bit new to me.
Ambiguous.
Yes, so if we have the data, is it available? Because when she said that we have data on women, I quickly went online and tried to, you know, search to see if I can get this data. Unfortunately, I couldn't get much online, meaning that the data is not available. Even one of the earlier speakers was even saying, if the data is available, is it disaggregated to make more meaning, to serve as a proper input to tax policies? So I am for coming up with policies that will empower women, coming up with policies that will help women transit from period of inactivity to a period of high activity.
All right, thank you very much. And I think the take home from what you just said, I don't know who are the communique people on ground. SWIT, I think there are some things you will take back from here. And you might even develop a book on gender taxation. And what we're looking at, from what he said, which SWIT should note, is even though we're not pursuing disparity in terms of tax for women, tax for men, but there could be incentive. I think you need to underline that word. There could be incentives for employers who employ women generally. You know, if there are organizations that when you get there, you will see that it's very clear. Where they have 30 men, maybe they have just 40 women. So there should be tax incentive to encourage employment of women. These are part of the things that SWIT should actually take and pursue. We go to Dr. Osan. The speaker talked about pink tax, and I was actually interested when I saw that word, pink tax. So I was actually thinking there's a tax called pink tax, but it is a derivative terminology. It's talking about the products that more women uses. And it's like there's even a discrimination where a product is produced and that product serves for men and for women. But when you get to the counter, the price for the one for men is different from the one for women. What would be your comments on this pink tax? How do you see it? That's question number one. And number two, what will be your solution? What solution will you prefer to mitigate the effects of this discrimination, which invariably leads women to paying more taxes because of the cost, so their VAT payment is higher? What will be your solution to that?
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the paper presenter and previous speakers. Well, when I read his slides and I saw the definition he gave for pink taxes or pink tax, I asked myself a question. You know, when we say tax, we have a definition for what tax is. It's compulsory and levied by the government. And then you have pink tax. I'm happy you use the word, it's a derivative word. Because when I read through and then the examples he gave, I'm sorry, I tend to disagree with him. Because if you say for clothing, a woman's clothing costs more than a man's clothing, it's relative. It depends on what you went to buy. It depends on the brand, it depends on the quality, okay? So if we are going to buy similar quality, we will definitely pay the same price, irrespective of whether I'm a man or a woman. So, but for the purpose of this presentation, he said it's a price discrimination against women, where for similar items, I don't know whether in this our client, that is Nigeria, we can actually pinpoint a particular item that when we go to buy, I will be charged a different price because I'm a woman, and then a man will be charged a different price because he's a man.
No, he's talking about products. And it's actually true. If you go outside Nigeria.
That's outside Nigeria. Yeah. We are talking about Nigeria. Here in Nigeria.
No, but you know, some of those products are imported. So if you buy it higher there, you are likely to sell higher here. For example, he talked about razor. Razor is a perfume. When you go to shop, the razor blue is a perfume. Blue color is for men. Pink color is for women. They are not the same price.
Well, that's okay. In his presentation, I was expecting to see issues around digitalization at the state level, because most of what he talked about were at the level of Federal Inland Revenue Service and what they have done in terms of digitalization. But we all know that this thing we are talking about, equity, tax reforms, digitalization, a lot of it is at the state level, where most of the actors, women, in our economy are domiciled. And I didn't get to hear much about that. I was expecting to hear maybe what the different state IRSs are doing, you know, in terms of digitalization and to reduce inequality in what happens in the marketplace. Like in my state, some time ago, we discovered there was a study that was done. And the study discovered in one particular market, they had like 76 sets of levies that are being paid by market women.
Dr. Sang,
yes,
restrict yourself to what I've just said. Somebody else is going to handle what you're saying.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so for the pink tax that we have had, I will suggest if it really exists in the country, then there should be some form of policy on that to ensure that that kind of discrimination against what women buy does not exist. I think like we have all acknowledged here, data is very key. It's not enough to come and talk about it. We should have examples. This one, this one. There should be examples, not just telling us in the US it's like this. Tell us in Nigeria, what are those products for which women are being discriminated against? If we have that data on such products, then I am very sure there will be policy reforms in that direction to address such discrimination. I think that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Dr. Basi, it's your turn. Incidentally, you have been an executive chairman of a state internal revenue service for now. And so you have some knowledge of global best practice, because I know for comparative analysis, you have had to travel to some countries and also to look at what they are doing over there with a view to improving cross-river states, digitalization measure and internal revenue. I will throw two questions to you, but the first one, so that the audience here will go home with something. There are 4 definitions here today. We have digital equity, tax reform, tax policy. Can you, in a minute, explain it and tie the knot together so that we'll see the relationship between these four terms for this meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. These are the key words of this program. And I'm going to break it down to where all of us can understand. Because since we came, we have been about the big things in Brazil and so on and so forth. But if we look at what happens pre-digitalization, digitalization, and maybe what happens is there. But digitalization, from my perspective, had been the transformation from the manual system, where things are done manually, to automated system. Automated system. For instance, before, like the moderator mentioned, when I was in the state IRS, everything was manual and so on and so forth, until I traveled to Kenya for a conference of the Commonwealth Association of Tax Administrators. And I discovered that in Kenya, there, as small as it was compared to Nigeria, VAT was already automated. Every hotel, every guest house had devices there that as soon as you earn your expenses after you had bought your things, VAT is charged, and then. So that was before Nigeria started. But now Nigeria has tried to migrate from that manual system to digitalization. We have not gotten there yet, but I know that as time goes on, we will get there. Digitalization at all levels, is ongoing. For instance, what FIRS has done with the Tax Pro Max is amazing. That has given me assurance that with this Tax Pro Max, there will be a time, or we will get to a time, where a taxpayer can stay in the comfort of his house and register for tax, declare his income online, get his assessment online, pay his taxes online, apply for his tax clearance certificates online, and download his tax clearance certificate without actually having a physical contact with the revenue authority. Now, that's that bit on digitalization, simply put. Then on equity, the issue of equity is more understandable at the local level. Some years back, the United Kingdom for International Development, under the auspices of the European Union, sponsored a program called Business and Environment Improvement Service in Nigeria, and one of the components was tax harmonization. And as part of that project, a baseline survey was taken because they were supposed to work with stakeholders at the national and subnational levels to build and deliver a systemic framework that would make it easier for doing business in Nigeria. And their focal group was the active poor and then the women. Now, what did they do? They said, okay, out of the focal groups, where are women dominated? Where are women dominated? Then after that baseline survey, it was discovered that if you go to any market, especially in southern Nigeria, women constitute, sellers or traders constitute more than 70% women. So that was their focus. And when the intervention continued, it was discovered that every market woman paid at least 2,000 naira every day. We are talking about equity now, and I want to put the scenarios on ground. Every market woman was paying 2,000 naira every day, and there were so many taxes, both legitimate, illegitimate, legal, and illegal. 2,000 naira times 300 working days amounted to about 700 or 600,000 naira in a year. And when you put this side by side with the profit that those traders make, you will discover a huge inequality or inequity in the tax. That was what made them to step up the interventions to instill tax harmonization, and they succeeded in doing that in the states of Delta, Edo, Cross River, and Ebonyi State. Now, the next thing was, what happened there was a tax reform process at the local government level. Why do I say it's a tax reform process? Because the tax harmonization itself had to pass through those reforms. What was the reform? The first thing is, we realized, the program realized that taxation was a function of law. Taxation was a subject of law. And the first thing was for them to facilitate a law at the local government level, bylaws that will harmonize all those over 70-something taxes and brought them down to about 9. And after that intervention, another baseline, post-baseline survey was carried out. And women were testifying that they were able to save a lot of money because 2,000 naira a day was reduced to less than 250 naira. The difference there was amount that was left from excess taxation. And what did the women do with these monies? Most of them testified that they used this money to plow back into his business. What am I saying? Equity does not necessarily mean saying that women should pay 20% tax while men pay 30%. If you do that, the entire system will be accused of discrimination rather than trying to be equitable.
Okay.
Equitable in the sense that Nigeria, in 2011, Nigeria just migrated from discriminatory taxes to when we moved out from abolishing independent relative tax and wife allowances, which made women to pay more taxes in the final analysis than men. Even the women accused the system that it was discriminatory, and of course it was discriminatory. That was why Nigeria migrated from that system to consolidated relief, which in personal income tax, which is happening till now. So going back to making express policy that women should pay lesser tax, men will come up with an accusation of discriminatory taxes. So those reforms are
put into policy.
Sorry?
Put into policy.
Were put into policy. Those reforms were put into policies. And of course, the regulations and the steps that has to be taken, like sometime, I think 2007 or so, Nigeria launched its first ever tax policy. These are those policy issues that must be taken into consideration even in the drafting of the law. That must be taken into consideration even in tax administration. That should be taken into consideration whatever that is done. And there is a document that will spell out those considerations that must be taken into, that must be adopted even in tax administration, tax legislation, and even in tax jurisprudence, because it's a document that has been approved. So those are my perspectives on digitalization, equity, tax reforms, and tax policies.
Okay, thank you very much for tying the terms together so that people here can go home with something. But I have another one quickly, you do in 1 minute. Mr. Chima mentioned that, no, I'm not, I'm just, Mr. Chima said when the NCWS lady said that we have data, that he quickly Googled and he did not see anything. Now, I want us to look at disaggregation of data relating to women at the state level and at the federal level. How can this be possible? what role do you think SWIT can play to ensure that data relating to women taxes are disaggregated, put together, and the public can have a view with respect to how much taxes are women paying as personal income tax, how much taxes are the women that are in business paying? Can FIRS be of help in this instance to be able to disaggregate this in 1 minute, please?
Yes, that is very possible. That can be done by carrying out a survey. That can be done by physical inspection, and that is collecting those data from the field. It's not a behind the desk sort of thing. It is something that you go to the field and actually collect those data, analyze those data, and interpret those data. It's not going to be in one state. It has to be in the total state, and it must cut across all segments of the society. And I must also warn or advise that it is an expensive, it's going to be an expensive process. So if SWIT wants to embark on it, they should seek for donor funding to be able to do that, because it's going to be an expensive exercise.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're rounding up. You have rounded up, so I will just give Sandra just 1 minute, because see, I have 3 minutes. So you take 1 minute, Chima 1 minute, and Mrs. Osang 1 minute to round up your thoughts on today's topic.
Okay, thank you. I think my final thought would be that we just need to take steps in terms of where we are and what we need to do as SWIT. Regarding the question you just asked on evidence-based research and data, so we need to take steps. We just need to start now, and maybe partnering with universities, organizations that are on research and have that. So we just need to start from where we are before now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My recommendations, 3 as my closing thought. 1, women should get more involved in enhancing their digital skills, starting from the basic digital skills to the advanced skills. And SWIT can actually help out in this. This will help in that transition I talked about earlier. Women can earn money from home even when they are still at the childbearing stage.
Thank you.
Second recommendation is that you should consider partnering with maybe head of service or some other bodies in Nigeria to look at the possibility of allowing women who are on maternity leave to be exempted from pay during that 4 months or 3 months period. That can be considered and help the woman to get additional money on top to use to take care of the child within that 4 months period.
It's okay.
On the issue of okay, I've talked about digital skill, and okay, let me stop it there.
Thank you. My own recommendation is this. We've had some bodies come here and tell us they have data. Please make your data public. Put it on your website so that people can remotely access it. And then, as it has been said, this issue of equity and all that, we cannot do without research, because it's better when we are talking with actual figures, actual data. It will make more sense to policymakers. So going forward, I hope SWIT will be able to commission research. Even CITN as a body can commission research into gender and tax issues. And then from there, we'll be able to start gathering the data that is required, because there's a lot in this. It's not enough for us to talk like this. When we move from here, there should be research that will take place to address some of these issues, so that when next we gather, we'll be talking from the point of strength, not just speaking from data gotten from other countries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Can we give a round of applause to the panelists? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was told that one or two people have either questions or contribution. Is there anyone amongst us? Yes, ma'am. So please, let's be fast about it. 30 seconds for your questions or inputs. Okay, there's another person for you behind you when you finish.
Good afternoon. My name is Khadija Udu, Federal Inland Revenue Service. I am part of the Gender Equality Committee. And I thought it would be good for me to tell you about the initiatives and bring it back home instead of talking about the UK or the US. First of all, I'd like to give you the definition of UNICEF of what gender equality means. It says that women, men, girls, and boys enjoy the same rights, resources, opportunities, and protections. It does not require that girls and boys, women or men, be the same or that they be treated exactly alike. It's good that we understand this because whenever gender is spoken about, everybody tilts towards women. Women, women. Yes, we asked, we're all about women, but it's that and it's not women. But the reason why women are focused on is because whether we like it or not, women are disadvantaged. And we have to reach a certain level. And then we can now speak to both the genders. In the Federal 2020 to date, we've taken initiatives. In collaboration with the UN, we're pursuing the gender seal for public institutions. What that has to do with is bringing gender equality from the point of view of the SDGs, and then seeing what gender equality can do to taxation. We have established, like Mrs. Banke mentioned earlier on, we have brought in the gender-based violence policy, where there are dedicated lines, private lines where you can actually report, and this is not only for women. We know that gender violence goes both ways, so these reports can be made. There's also an initiative that has come about. We have met with the Ministry of Women Affairs. We're told that there's data, but our research and in collaboration with the UN shows that there's no gender disaggregated data and that there's a need for us to have that. So in collaboration with Women Affairs and CAC, talks have started where we find ways to get this data when it comes to the point of registration of companies, and then collaboration with our Tax Pro Max, where we intend in the near future that there will actually be tweaks in Tax Pro Max to accommodate this data so that we can actually get the gender disaggregated data, which we can use to make better policies and reforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to quickly say something in line with what you have just said. Please sit down, ma. When in research, we don't put information with respect to future, what is going to, because you said we should look at Nigeria, no reference. So research based data is and but are working on it to be able to get it. So that cannot be a research reference. What you are working on cannot be a reference. So that is why the writer, the paper presenter, the only option he has is to use what has already been documented to give his explanation. Yes, you wanted to ask something, the lady there. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chika. I work with IBP, International Budget Partnership.
Oh.
So just to add to what she has already said, when it comes to disaggregated tax data, because remember, this is what we are focused on, there is the wider, gender data there that needs to be collected and is being collected in one form or the other. But when it comes to tax data, we are talking about disaggregated tax data.
Yes.
So what can be currently done within the current system we have now? We are collecting tax data. So what can we tweak? She mentioned Tax Pro Max, which is very brilliant. What other system of tax data generation, do we have that can be tweaked slightly to be able to begin to, collect gender disaggregated data? I think that is something we should try to bring out here. Then secondly, I want to respond to his comment about more women being in the informal sector or whatever. That's not the case. We have more men in the informal sector. But we have more women, more working women.
Is it evidence-based, what
Yes.
you just said?
Yes. So we have more working women employed in the informal sector. I don't know if that's clear. So if we begin to look at the number of working women in Nigeria, where are they mostly employed? That is the informal sector. Very few of them are in the formal sector. So that's just the clarification and the difference we need to understand.
I think we are mixing it up here. You're looking at small companies, small limited liability companies. It's not all of them. It's not only the large companies. That's why you can see in FIRS, they have 3 components. They have ones with turnover less than 200 million, the one from 200 million to this, and above 1 billion and above like that. So even those ones that are 200 million less, they are also companies. They are visible everywhere. So maybe those are the ones you're talking about. But when we're looking at and they are not informal, they're also organized. They have data, they have things. But when you're looking at informal, it's those ones that you can't even get anything from them. That's the core ones that you cannot, people just walk into their shop and go out. Those are the ones. So I think let's not mix up what is informal and what is formal. We may need to do a research on that. Alexandra, I will not be able to because of time. But it's been a wonderful day. I wish we can have time to do more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, can you come upstairs? No, you have to sit down. We have something.
Thank you very much. Please, can you help me put your hands together and celebrate this wonderful panelist, our moderator. She's our pioneer chairperson, our mentor. She's the one who taught us the rope, what to do. So we are following after her. So thank you so very much. And for our paper presenter online, we thank you. So this is our own little way of appreciating you. But before then, we want to respectfully invite the chairman of the 2 plenary sessions, Dr. Mark Abadi, to come, and we'll give you a token appreciation while we invite our vice president to help us do that presentation. Please clap for them now.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, when it's time to hand to life the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change. We all a part of God's great big family, and the truth, love is all we need. We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making, we're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day, just you and me. Well, send them your heart, so they know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free, as God has shown us by turning stone to bread and
This for the paper presenter. He's not here. We can ask somebody receive this on his behalf. Maybe Sandra, you again. You will courier all of this.
And I never thought I'd feel this way. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm glad I got the chance to say that I do believe I love you.
Life patron, the pioneer chairperson, Dr. Justina Adaku Okoro. Thank you, ma'am.
And try, feel the way we do today. And then if you can remember, keep smiling, keep shining.
DJ, please. Can we call? Okay. For Dr. SCN Okorobi. Thank you so much, sir.
That's what friends are for good times and bad times. I'll be on your side forevermore. That's what friends are for.
Our own sister, the associate prof herself, a woman that is highly loaded. Thank you very much. Thank you for a wonderful contribution.
She's a virtuous woman. Makanezi wanyi dioko. Oh yeah. Imama ya bwawaya. Yeah.
Is another very good technical partner. The chairman of Kubwa District Society, Mr. Chimerika. Ezeribe. Thank you so much. And this one is a doctor in the house, our sister, Sandra Moman, the Lagos State Coordinator. Thank you so much. Okay, sorry, there's another person online. Our dear sister, Dr. Abimbola Abrahman Lekki. You received that for her also? Okay, you received it.
Why they hate one another? Because nowadays, every man for himself when the trouble come, they run away. When we're holiday, you're supposed to stick with your brother and stick with your sister. So when
Permit me to just yes, to just take care.
I'm winning. We all are winning. You're winning. I'm winning. We all are winning. I'd rather congratulate you than to hate you. I see you winning. I'm winning. We all are winning for life. Winning for life. You don't waste your time if you think say you fit for me. Yeah. No matter how you try, Baba God still there for me. They hear now you know my logo. You they follow they hear but bad news no.
You'll agree with me, it's been a rewarding experience since the start of this activity here at the summit. And I'm sure the SWIT members will agree that they've done very well in making sure everyone is impressed with what is happening here. Once again, I will say, up SWIT! Up SWIT! All right, just 3 women, actually, they are talking. I didn't hear others, I just had 3 people. I expect when we say women, and then they will shout and everybody will say, wow, they're here. Okay. On a lighter note, before we take on the next item, I was privileged to have gone for my NYC in 1973. I was posted to a primary school and I thought I was so intelligent. The first thing I did was when I entered the classroom and I said, if you think you're stupid, stand up. Nobody stood up. I repeated myself, if you think you're stupid, stand up. Nobody stood up. 7 minutes later, a little boy rose from the back seat and I said, what's your name? He was stuttering. I said, what's your name? My name is Osifo. Osifo, why do you think you're stupid? Excuse me, I didn't want to see you standing alone, so I said, let us stand up and become stupid too. But I got comfortable. Now, there's something I wanted to know. I was standing outside, then some pupils just came out of the classroom. And one of them was saying, in the test they gave, I wrote what I know. The other one said, I wrote what I know. The other one said, I know what I wrote. So I now looked at them and I asked, I said, okay, who among you passed the examination? Now I'd like to ask this honorable gathering. One said, I know what I wrote. The other one said, I wrote what I know. Who do you think passed the exam? Well, the answer will be received at the third summit. So everybody, you have 365 days to brainstorm and then we'll come and continue that. Okay. For those of you who are conversant with Nigerian topography, you realize that Sokoto State and Rivers State are the extreme. And I want you to imagine that he was traveling with a trailer load of cattle and he was not stopped anywhere until they brought a paper to tell me to stop. May I quickly acknowledge the presence of some of our very distinguished participants.
¿Cómo pudiese olvidar? Last night I dreamt of San Pedro.
All right. This is to acknowledge the presence of Anita Erine. Is it Erine? Erine. Okay. FIRS. She's the coordinating secretary of Tax Appeal Tribunal. Please, can we celebrate her and thank her for being part of it? Okay. And that also confirmed that the coordinating director of corporate services, Mrs. Bolaji Akintola, is here with us. Please, can we also celebrate her? So for now, as more names keep coming my way, I'll do the honors of introducing them. Okay.
Thank you very much, MC. Permit me to just do this because our registrar wants to fly back to Lagos in a few hours' time. And actually, the award is the third segment, immediately after the informal sector conversation. So permit me to quickly do this. She's the first female registrar of the Organization of Nigeria. And we are so proud that one of us is the one at the helm of affairs at the Institute. And since she came on board, she has been doing amazingly, excellently well. And of course, the women are backing her up. Not just only with prayers, with ideas and everything. And we know by the time she will finish her tenure, of a truth, the Institute will know that they have somebody there. And so, we are giving her the award of recognition because she's there as our ambassador. So she's distinguished female tax ambassador. Please clap. From the Lord. So I want to respectfully request, I have seniors here, our past chairperson, the pioneer chairperson, the second past national chairperson. I have my, the third, everybody is here. Aja Kudira, she's here. Barrister Ezenwa Okorafor is here. Please come forward. You will be the one to do this decoration. And of course, IPC, Dr. Adimula. Please come forward and do us the honor of decorating our distinguished female tax ambassador. She's on assignment. She's a role model and a role model. Yes.
A good woman coming from the Lord. They know they see her for marketing. A good woman is a blessing from above.
Ask the Vice President to come also and join in this decoration. Barrister Ezinwa, please. Aja Kudirat, where is she? Okay. So you can see on my pass, this is the pioneer chairperson. Then she's the second national chairperson. And this is the third national chairperson. This is the fourth, and I'm the fifth. Okay, thank you so very much. Please come here. This way, sir. This way, sir. So before then, I want to request that you give her this brooch first. Okay? You decorate her as our own ambassador.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Okay. So going.
Stand
going. God.
Champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you. And you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations. Congratulations, say what the Lord has done for you. Congratulations, God is good. Them say that I can never be all that I see. I've seen that God is greater than that. Who can battle with the Lord? Nobody. Who can change His mind about me? Through many years, in many ways, I have seen His faithfulness ever and ever. Yeah. Congratulations, I have seen the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for me. And I have come back with a new song to sing. My God is good. Oh, yes, I will come again with a new song of praise. My God is good. Oh, congratulations.
All right. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Okay. Right about now, we're going to the next schedule on our program of activity, which is the second session, calling those that are involved in this segment so that we can have a robust discussion and then attempt to see how this evening will wind up, and then we can go to think more about what we have gained here today. I'd like to say that the syndicate session will be talking about sustainable growth and women entrepreneurs, community builders. Sustainable growth and women entrepreneurs as community builders. Our panelists include Waimi Eribo. Please Please can we put our hands together for her as she comes over to take her seat. And then Dr. Folashade Koka, FCTI, is also part of this panel. Mrs. Kate Onyeka Amara, FCTI. We also have Tosin Shodeinde, FCA. And Mrs. Choma Njoku, FCTI. Please can we clap for them as they all file out to take their appropriate seat. The moderator for this segment is the very amiable Anita Arine. Please can we put our hands together for her, our coordinating secretary. She definitely knows that at all times we can always call her because we are confident about her mental dexterity. Definitely she will be the moderator. There's something. And our paper presenter for this segment is no other person but the very amiable barrister Ezinwa Okurafo, FCTI. Please can we put our hands together for all of them? Let's celebrate them. Put your hands together for them. Okay. I'd like to just inform them that we have a time limit of 60 minutes. That's an hour. Is that okay? Or we should reduce it? Okay, please. Well, before this start, I've been made to understand that Mrs. Anita Arine will share her thoughts, perhaps call it opening thoughts, and then definitely we can start the session as outlined. There's something I observed about Nigerians. We do not want to carry last, as they always say. That's the balance. They will say, Nigeria know they carry last. Why is it that there are some brand names, they have been so difficult to change that we always have just adopted a name for that product at all cost? Why is it that every seasoning cube in Nigeria is called what? Every diaper in Nigeria is called what? Every noodles in Nigeria is called what? Every tea bag in Nigeria is called what? Every margarine in Nigeria is called what? Every toothpaste in Nigeria is called what? Every sausage in Nigeria is called what? Gala. Every antiseptic liquid in Nigeria is called what? Every bleach in Nigeria is called what? Every SUV in Nigeria is called what? But there's something I observed. We like calling some words twice for people to understand. Sometimes it comes from food to sicknesses to whatever it is. You hear chin chin, puff puff, moi moi. Then if the sickness, they say jadi jadi, craw craw. Which one do you know again? Or you want to say tax tax? All right. But the truth is that when Nigerians we are being colonized by the British, they came with them with what they call the foreign accent, and they like us to speak like the Queen. They call it Queen's English. And truly, we were getting comfortable with it. All of a sudden, Americans also came with their own version. But they wanted to confuse us, but we were a bit comfortable to make sure they don't confuse us. So when you see an American say, or a British man say so, an American say therefore, in Nigeria, what do we say?
So therefore.
So when you go to a salon in Britain, British aspect, now you go to America, they say barber's shop. In Nigeria, what do we say? Barbing saloon. Then when you come to Britain and they say from now, an American say henceforth. What do we say in Nigeria? No, okay, let's do something to confirm those that went to Bako school and went to, by their school fees, you shall know what they did. I'm sure I'll do just some, I just want you to just relax before we get into this segment. There's something we always think about. Okay, Mrs. Anita, are you ready? Okay. Once again, can we please celebrate her as she comes to share her opening thoughts, and then we continue. Thank you so much. You're free to speak for an hour or two.
I think I have validation having been invited here, but I think people need to eat and sleep and do other things. Good afternoon, everyone. I see my bosses, my friends, my peers here. It's an honor and it's a big privilege to be in your midst. I wondered how I got to be mentioned. But when I got here and I saw Dr. Makabani, and I saw, and I still see Mr. Hagwa and a few of my other colleagues, I said, okay, I think I'm in the right place. So thank you very much for inviting me. I'm not going to overlabor you with listening to me on the topic. I think the topic is very apt, leveraging tax reforms for inclusive economic growth, a gender-responsive approach. And having got a bit of the conversation that went on before I got called up, I think the very important point for me has been mentioned, but I'll just reiterate and in a very brief and summary manner. We all know that taxation plays a critical role in shaping economic growth and development. And tax policies are very powerful tools influencing wealth distribution, not just funding essential public services. But I agree with the speaker and the past president who emphasized that women are more engaged in informal sector. I'm one of those that hold that view. And women bear greater responsibilities, quite different from the men. So there's gender disparity when you talk about the impact of tax reforms on the two genders. And women have limited access to business ownership and financial resources. Most of us are women here, but even if you've never done some house hunting, you must have had cousins or relatives, and they tell you, I'm sorry, we are not giving it to women. So that limit, that militating factor is out there. Now let's understand inclusive economic growth. Just refers to economic expansion that benefits all segments of society. Disadvantaged people, I would agree, are not just women. You have persons living with disabilities and every other. So how would a gender-responsive tax reform approach foster inclusive growth? Being a member of the Presidential Tax, Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, I think the reform in Nigeria the proposed reform
has captured a bit of what I'm about to say, but I'll still say them nevertheless. Progressive taxation is essential, and the structure for the personal income tax. We all know about having the shift of taxation to higher income brackets of wealthier individuals and the impact it has on women and other marginalized groups. More funding for social reform projects, and of course, less tax burden on the group. And the addressing implicit biases. I'm all for giving tax credits for caregiving. Caregiving is a task many just gloss over, but you and I, or the mothers here, even the aunties, you've asked, to oversee a child at one time or the other. It is tasking. And if other climes consider that worth giving tax credit, something that we could address our minds to, providing tax relief, not just, of any sort. We can fashion out something. What I will hear, the man of the committee is so keen on tax reforms and the impact on disadvantaged people, not just women. And having seen his zeal and listened to him and the rest of the committee members, very knowledgeable men and women, give their views and push these reforms, I think if it goes through, and I'm of a strong belief that it will go through, they will have relief for women and other disadvantaged people. So, reducing the burden of indirect taxes, it's been reevaluated. We have the VAT the exempt VAT items, and the zero-rated items increased. Tampons, sanitary towels. Anybody will say, oh, how much do you spend? If you sit down and calculate, you'll be shocked at what goes into that. So there are others, shared transportation, things that impact on women. So that's there in the tax reform. So I think a gender-responsive system will exempt taxes on products predominantly used by women, implement targeted subsidies for low-income households to mitigate the repressive impact of consumption taxes. We all know that there's a proposal to raise the VAT. We're still being deliberated, so we're not going to exert energies on that. Now, it's going to promote, the gender-responsive tax reform will promote women economic empowerment by investment incentives, credits, and practices that will incentivize women participation in the workforce and also incentivize women-led enterprises. Such reforms would give improved access to financial literacy programs and all of that. It will strengthen social protection, social safety nets like unemployment benefits, pensions, healthcare. All of these have significant impact on women. And tax incentives for employers that provide family-friendly workplace policies. I was pleasantly surprised to learn that there are government establishments that are actually family-friendly in their workspace. I'm not sure I could call names, but I went somewhere and I learned, at the basement there's a caregiver, there are caregivers provided so that those that are no more entitled to or off the leave could bring their toddlers and have them well taken care of while they work. Such should be encouraged, but in some way or the other, in a formal manner. So, conducting gender impact analysis. We've mentioned that we lack data No matter what we say, we like data. And I think SWIT as an organization and CITN could champion, courses where researchers are encouraged to present their research project, work on so many things. I've been opportune to be invited for the African, not sure what they call it, but African researchers. Well, there was a gathering of African researchers in tax administration. And I'm not sure I see any reason why it cannot be replicated here. You'll be shocked at what it will come up. And these are things that will influence the policies. So I think we should encourage that research work. Nobody is going to do it but us. If it affects us, we should go out there and get the data and then push the narrative. So there are case studies. I'm sure it's been mentioned here, but I'll pick Rwanda. They've introduced the country has introduced gender responsive policies and legal frameworks, tax exemptions or reductions for women-led businesses. And even in their constitution guarantees gender equality. So we have all of that. And my final thought, let's look at the gender disaggregated data, participation of women in the process that gives birth to the reforms. And we are here for tax, but we all belong to other bodies. Some MBA members are here and ICANN members are here. Let's push that narrative. Let's go there and push it and volunteer ourselves to do the work. If it impacts us, nobody's going to do that work but us. So I also advocate the evaluation and impact of tax policies prior to implementation, so that we do not cry after the cat has been let out of the bag. No, we forestall it. So we have work from home tax deductions. I think the tax reform policy that is out there is pushing for simplification in the tax processes to increase compliance. So we can take advantage of that as women. There are things that are out there that are not gender specific, but which we can take advantage of and exploit to our own benefit. So, finally, targeted tax relief for women-owned businesses should be something we could all discuss, research into, and push out papers on it. Support for women-headed households, single mothers, widows, whatever. They're all women-headed households. And I'm sure if we sit down and put our thinking caps on, there are things, policies that could be influenced to give deductions or reliefs for such single mothers and female primary breadwinners. And of course, awareness and education campaigns. We can't overlabor that. We don't sit down and assume everybody knows. So the awareness campaigns, the enlightenment campaigns should be something that should be at the fore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Would you like to join us? Just in case there are one or two things we'd like you to tell us more about. I'm sorry, I took you unawares. I apologize, I took you unawares. So ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome to the syndicate session. May I respectfully request that I be deemed to observe protocol, and while so, may I respectfully greet the Deputy Vice President of the CITN, Mr. Innocent Ohagwa FCTI, good afternoon, sir. It's also my pleasure to greet the treasurer of the CITN, Mr. Kato. Did I get it wrong? What did I do wrong? Oh my God. Okay, I am forgiven. Thank you. It's also my pleasure to greet our sister, the awardee, the registrar, and CEO of the Institute. Good afternoon. I warmly greet my predecessor as National Chairperson of SWIT, Mrs. Justina Okoro, who's just stepped out briefly. Mrs. Kudi Abdurrahman is here. Of course, Dr. Associate Professor Abiola Adimula is here.
We make it clap. We make it clap.
Thank you. May I respectfully recognize current executive of SWIT, chairpersons, coordinators across the states, past and present, all who have served SWIT in one capacity or the other. And of course, the one, the only Princess Ebila. Good afternoon, ma'am. So our time is fast spent. Our session is titled Sustainable Growth and Women Entrepreneurs as Community Builders. Sustainable Growth, Women Entrepreneurs as Community Builders. We've listened to some thoughts from Mrs. Anita Erine, who's the Director, Tax Appeal Tribunals at the FIRS. Thank you very much, ma'am, for all. Sorry? Please.
My apologies if I, breaking the flow, but Tax Appeal Tribunal is a tribunal that stands on its own and serves not just the FIRS, but the State Boards of Internal Revenue and taxpayers. So I am the coordinating secretary, Tax Appeal Tribunal.
Thank you very much. And I stand corrected, but this is the information I was given. Thank you very much. I am educated, as I know that you are too, this afternoon. Thank you. All right, to get into the heart of this session, we're supposed to discuss the role that women entrepreneurs play in driving sustainable growth and fostering development in the community. And we're going to explore the contributions that women-led businesses make to their communities. We're going to talk about what challenges and opportunities, what challenges they have, what opportunities, challenges they face, opportunities they have, and then how do they create jobs? How do they stimulate the economy? What support can be given to them to ensure that they do better? When Mrs. Erine spoke, she talked about the fact that in the informal economy, women are in the majority. And clearly we all know about the force of the informal sector economy, regardless of, it might not be within the tax net, but a lot of money is also generated in that sector and a lot of impact in the community. So this is what my panelists today will discuss. I have, sitting here today, I omitted to take, I have a list of 5 who are unfortunately not all here. So, to ensure that we do not go back and forth and I do not issue any more apologies, let me have them give a brief introduction of themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to appreciate CITN and SWIT executives. My name is Dr. Folashade Koka. I'm a Director, Informal Sector and Special Duties, and I bring greetings from Mr. Ayodele Subar and the entire management of LIRS and staff. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's almost getting to evening. My name is Mrs. Chioma. What should I say about myself? I worked in the oil and gas industry for 35 years and retired many years ago as the Director of Petroleum Resources. And one would be wondering what I'm doing in this space when my colleagues that retired in that space are all operating in the oil and gas industry still. But I chose not to do so because I decided to follow my passion. And what's my passion? Because I saw that in the oil and gas space, they were all so high up there and not reaching the ground. And I thought I wanted to interact with the people and feel their pulse. I wanted to feel the pulse of the women, because all over the world, every year women are being celebrated, but we march and we don't move forward. So I decided, in my last appointment, working with the governor of a state as his SA Petroleum, I decided to live in the village where I had one-on-one interaction with the rural women you were talking about. And so, right now, after that assignment, I'm now engaged in the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry as the chairperson of Women in Business Trade Group, where I work directly with the women. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. The Vice President, Deputy Vice President. I recognize everyone in the room. My name is Mrs. Oyekama Akit, and I bring you greetings from Anambra State Government and the SSA to Mr. Governor on Revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll get to this very quickly. We're discussing sustainable growth and women entrepreneurs as community builders. And I think, first of all, we will start with, to give a certain flow to the conversation, I think I'll start with a definition of sustainable growth, all right? And so, sustainable growth is said to involve economic development that meets current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own. So we're meeting current needs, but we're not meeting those needs in such a way that future generations will not be able to meet their own. We must balance interests, the current interests and future interests. And this is typically focused on environmental, social, and economic stability. Finding that balance between economic progress, social well-being, and environmental protection. And it's interesting that Nigeria has a sovereign wealth fund that has 3 mandates, one of which is future generations. So there's a future generations fund. Nigeria itself as a country has recognized that if we spend all our oil resources now, there'll be nothing left for the future generations because oil is a finite resource. So again, it is that same concept of sustainable growth that we're thinking about. But the question here is, how do we tie this up with women entrepreneurs and their roles as community builders? So I'm going to have our panelists give us opening thoughts, 3 minutes each, because, we're running against time. Give us your opening thoughts, please, strictly 3 minutes, so that we can come back to have a further conversation. Thank you.
Sonu Ekrole Kenu Aitolovuna. Good evening. The first and critical thing that is important in the space that we're having a conversation about is language. Language is very important in the informal sector. And again, to leverage on what the paper presenter ended her conversation with stakeholders engagement. Nigeria has a lot of laws, policies, but little application. And then looking at the people in this space, the informal sector, I sat there and I was wondering that I think that first, the people that we are trying to discuss are not represented here. And there's so much biggie grammar in Myoboyimbo, because the informal sector is not a place for biggie grammar. And then looking at the front rows, I think the next time we need to just lock the people that are the policy makers that should be here. Because I'm just seeing my colleagues, people that have had this conversation all the time. But the people that would implement it and all that are really not here. So maybe when we're going to have this conversation again, we need to lock the door and throw away the key, and also ensure that the people who are the stakeholders in this conversation are properly represented, not adding formal with informal. I'm sorry, I'm an informal sector expert. So I know that you cannot marry informal and formal. The informal sector is like a beautiful bride with a very dark veil. Beautiful. But to access that beauty, you need to lift that veil. If you don't lift that veil, you might assume that, oh, everybody in that space is indigent. Oh, everybody in that space is poor. But the informal sector is the new oil. But how do you lift that veil? I've had the conversation data banded. It's not data. It's data accuracy and data analytics. We have too many silos of data. But it's time to marry all those silos and find a way to create a unique identifier for the individual in that space. Again, my opening thought is that the issue of revenue is not an issue of sentiments. It's not an issue of, oh, woman, man. It's an issue that tax is a conversation on income. You earn? Yes. You know earn? Yes. So it is not, oh, is a woman, is a man. I've seen a lot of single mothers, I've seen a lot of women who are earning far more than a husband and wife. So for us to have our voices heard and the voices of the people in this sector, we need to do away with sentiments. We need to do away with conversations of, oh, let them have less. Are they earning? Yes. Where they are earning, let each person be taxed adequately. However, governance is what will give us the solution to all the needs that would make the people in this space to get the benefits and the reliefs that they need. Thank you.
Okay, you see why you have to be mindful of gatekeepers. She took almost all the words out of our mouths. And we are now just going to flow with her, because that is actually the way to go. I'm very happy to see these young children seated there. They were there when I came in, and the usher that took me straight to that table, and I wondered why, but I was happy. I blended with them, and I know the conversations that I had with some of them. When the anthem was sung, somebody said, is that just a song or an anthem? I tried to explain to her. That is the future. We are here. We have been given a definition of sustainable growth. We are talking about handing over to generation. In the next few years, some of us may not be able to sit here. They would be the ones sitting here. So let's talk about how women are making these contributions. First of all, at the last ICANN conference, and I'm sure a lot of us here were there, I asked one very crucial question. Definition of SME, nano, medium, micro. Do we have a standard definition of these segments of people operating in this informal sector space? I didn't get an answer. And up till now, I thought that the Institute would have taken it to the front burner and done something about it, or at least start doing something that we will be informed about. And then recently, at the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we took another step. And what step is that? Trying to define what is a woman-led business. Do we have a standard definition of that in Nigeria? The answer is no. But the chamber took a bold step to give a definition. Let us at least start by saying it is a business either fully owned by a woman or 51% owned by a woman. That is the definition that we are handing over to the national body, whatever organization, whatever federal institution that will take it from there. We have to start from somewhere. So how do women help the sustainable growth of a nation, of Nigeria? I told you, when I worked in my state, I decided to live in my village. And I was watching. If you see what the rural woman does, because of their limitations, they start by gathering themselves. They start by looking inwards to see what are the needs. You know, by our culture, nature just has it. The men, they think they are born to just be flying outside. But the women, if you have a daughter, she's more likely to be the one that will be calling the boys and come and say, come, let's eat. She will not call them when she's washing the plates, but she will call them and say, come, let's eat. So what do the women do? They look at the needs of the immediate community, and they begin to do some innovations, things, at least if it's in that community that they have egusi, they will start peeling egusi. If whatever it is, they will start doing something innovative. And finally, I want to say that women, by our nature, we are not wasteful. That is not to say that the men are wasteful. If you look at my grandmother, my grandmother, she will keep her old pots. So, and she continues to use them. So women bring about current and modern techniques in their businesses, recycling, so that they avoid waste. So you can see that we actually, as women, we bridge that gap between the old generation and this future that I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, the speakers before me. I appreciate your thoughts. So we're looking at sustainable growth and women entrepreneurs as community builders. I will first of all say that we are all products of sustainable innovations and growth in the hands of women, every single one of us. And second of all, if you look at the key features of entrepreneurs, if it involves innovation, risk-taking, go-getting, finance sourcing, and every single thing you can think about around who or what entrepreneurs do. But I must say that women do double of that. So aside the fact that they run their businesses, they also run their homes, and they juggle the politics that looks like that home is a business as well. Because if a mother wants some financial assistance from the husband, she knows how to go about it. And possibly just say, okay, can we just buy and reserve and stuff, because she wants to divert some of those finances to what her children need. So women are, how will I say, multipliers. And so how are women community builders from the perspective of when they are empowered to be entrepreneurs or own businesses? Now look, successful women in business. Say, for example, Tara Durotoye. She didn't just end there. You will see her extending hands of mentorship. You see her extending hands of networking opportunity. You see her extending that hands of, hand-holding, maybe training and stuff, and sometimes she does it free. Also look deeper around those other people who are successful, say, for example, in the media. Last week, for those of us who are, very media sensitive, you see the program that Funka Akindele co-hosted for content creators or people in the media. So women are not just in business. They want to see the next generation or their fellow women do even better than them, unlike their male counterparts who just, chase the money and the money. So aside the fact that they are in business, they are mentors, they are mothers, they are leaders, they are example givers. So what more can I say other than the fact that, in fact, when you find women who do business, they employ double, because when they're in business, they take maids who will watch over their children. They might even take extra drivers who will go and bring their children back from school. Somebody said that. Or like their male counterparts who just take one driver to wherever meetings they are going to. And maybe they have a personal assistant in the office. So if a woman who is running a medium-sized business have 10 employees, their male counterpart who runs the same level of business might just have 3 people. So women are superheroes when they are in business. And they also extend their hands in community. I see myself, for example, yesterday I just launched a foundation after the passing of my mom, just to make sure that some of those hand-holding that my mom didn't just go away. But maybe a man of my age and level might just talk about all the things that their mom did when she was alive and never find a way to replicate. So, I mean, the passion that women carry reflects in the way that they do their businesses and in the way that they carry their community along. That's basically how it is. So it's deeper, it's beyond.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll come back to you. Let me take that. Let's come back to you since you've had the Okay, thank you. If you could get a second mic, it would be most helpful. It's not working. I should check. Okay, yes, now it's working. So I'll keep this here so that movement is easier. So we've had some very interesting thoughts. And I didn't want to start by telling you, stringing it together. But it's an interesting panel because we have a lady from the LIRS who deals with the informal sector. We have someone who was in oil and gas, but as a matter of choice, has gone, down to first dealing with women at the local level and then involved in the women trade group at the Chamber of Commerce. Then we have the senior special advisor to the governor on internal revenue generation, right? So they're the ones who ensure that, they mop up all the money. So it's interesting hearing, diverse thoughts from these women. First of all was Mrs. Erinne, who spoke about a host of things. She talked about tax credits for caregiving and talked about younger people. But guess what? As you said that, I thought to myself, and older people as well. Because my mom is 90, and I have to worry about care for her. Yeah? So more and more, she makes a very valid point about tax credits. A host of points that the other panelists have spoken about. Dr. Kuka talked about the language, reaching out to the people. She talked about data. She talked about giving a clear demarcation between the formal and informal, because if we're blind about that demarcation, there's a lot that we overlook. And she says no sentiment about tax. You earn, you pay. But let's ensure that there is good governance so that the benefits are felt all around. Mrs. Njoku says involve the future. Properly define and align segments. She talked about rural women working to be good managers of resources. Mrs. K. Tamar has told us about the fact that entrepreneurs are innovators. And so when we have a huge number of women who are involved in the informal sector, they are going about, creative about the things they do. They're multipliers. She considers them superheroes because they not only mentor others, they carry out their business, mentor others, and then be a community. And they do that because of the passion that they have. So bearing that in mind, let's consider a number of points. How are women's businesses impacted by access to resources, access to capital, access to facilities that other businesses have? Dr. Coker, would you take that, please?
That's a very critical question. And I'm actually doing like a paper because I've been studying that, and I've come to realize that a lot of the first people that are in informal sector space that are basically unlearned, somehow through hard work, these women have been able to send their children abroad. So behind the veil of the unlearned people in the market space, you have experts behind them. They are at the fore. People see, oh, the mama Sikira that cannot add 1 plus 1. But her child in Gotha, where they sell Swiss lace, has gone to Harvard, to London Business School and all, and work behind the scene to ensure, one, sustainability of that business. So that business has actually transited from the illiterate, her mom was doing it, and behind the scene is now being handled by people that are legible and learned, and actually know, they are not unbanked, they are banked, they know how to keep books of record. But for purpose of tax, they still have that veil of the mama that you will see and assume that they should be on presumptive, progressive, and all. But you see that behind that 9 square meter, you realize that all the upper layers of the market that you go and you just see padlock, 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 and you are looking at it that, oh, that means that nobody is renting this shop. They are actually warehouses. They are warehouses where people are brought in containers and they warehouse there. So how do they able to go for visa application? How are they able to fill this from DS 160? How are they able to print their statements of accounts? How are they able to declare or be interviewed by the immigration officer in UK or Switzerland and all that? That is to let us know that, one, sustainability, the business has transited from illiterate or informal to formal. For purpose of tax, yes, they still leave the facade of, oh, it's my mother, she's unlearned, she's just trying to make a living and make a living. But behind, there are people ensuring that both the importers do not steal the goods, the warehouse or the cargo is able to leave whether airport or the ports, and nothing is missing. And everything is taken into the warehouse without the sales girl taking anything. So this attention to detail is there. But we look at them and we say, oh, all of them. So there is a critical need for sustainability and to ensure that the people that should benefit from government largesse, there is a clear definition of who actually is informal, who is this unlearned, so that they can take advantage of palliatives instead of the palliatives and the benefits going to the people that do not have any need for it, because they are outliers in this sector, taking advantage of the disadvantage of some others. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, Mrs. Njoko, let me ask you. But before I ask you, something she said that struck a chord with me. I went once to the American Embassy for a visa. And so this lady came and they asked her, how will you, this was a long time ago when security was not so bad in Lagos. How do you intend to fund your trip? She did that, and the young child who came with her came. She opened her bag, see $. I have money, I will pay my way. But you know, given how she was dressed, you never imagined that she was commanding that kind of money. People who were dressed in their suits didn't have $200 in their pockets. And Dr. Duayo knows about a certain Yakudus, but I'll stop that for now. I'll stop here for now. So, Dr. Njoko.
Mrs. Njoko.
Mrs. Njoko.
That's why it's professor. Leave the for my husband.
So you did that. So, question. Do you think think that formalizing the business structures will help women in any way in terms of access to resources and facilities available? Will the formal structures be of any help? I know that we're talking about the informal sector, we're kind of focusing on informal, but do you think that transmitting or adopting some sort of formal structure will help in any way?
Thank you very much. Give me time to speak. I want to start by
short, small, though, so that you can go around, because we're running against time.
Yes, I understand. I want to start by telling you a story of a community that's not far from where we are right now. It's called Shedda in Kwali. Now it's called Big Shedda. And they are somewhere off the expressway on your way from Kogi to Abuja. And do you know what they are doing? They are selling apple, fufu, apple. A few years ago, one woman called Justina Abdullahi, she had lost her husband, and of course she was left to cater for her 7 children, and she didn't know what to do. And she looked around. Like I said, she was looking at what she could find in the immediate environment that could be sustainable. So she walked up to the chief of the community and told him, look, I'm thinking of processing apple, but my husband did not leave, or rather her husband had left some land, but of course the relatives did not allow her to have access. So this chief now told her, okay, you can gather 1 or 2 other people. She thought of friends around, and they came together. Long story short, the man gave them a piece of land 5 years ago or 6 years ago. Today, there are 85 of them in that cluster, and they employ over 10,000 people from various ethnic groups. That place is now a hub for people who want to buy apple, loi loi. They came together, and of course, when you buy, you know, with the little money they had at that time, they started buying cassava from the farmers. And then if an ordinary woman in the village didn't have money to pay her daughter's school fees, she would come there and help them to peel the cassava, and from there she would be paid, and so on and so forth. So there was this multiplier effect. So they started growing organically. And there's this other woman called Joy Jalo. She's known to have grown her own capital from 100,000 to now 500,000 in 5 years. So what are we talking about? We're talking about numbers. When women realize their situation, they find one another and they cluster together. Maybe as cooperatives, formally or informally, whatever they call themselves. Once they are recognized, somebody must pay attention. That chief, for example, will start calling out people in the government and say, come, these people, they are here, they're doing this, and they have helped so many other women. Oh, but they don't have water. Government will be forced to come and give them water, a borehole. So if you are coming from east, west, north, or south, and you want to buy apple from that community, you know that it is clean apple because government has provided that water.
Thank you.
Now, the next stage is formalization. In the recent meeting we had with Smedan, we were talking about de-risking your business. Before any institution will give you money, they want you to de-risk yourself. First of all, what is your name? Something as innocuous as that. Identify yourself. Register as a business in CAC. You don't have to be a limited liability company. So tell us your name. While I was in that village, I gathered women You know, like I told you, I was doing something that really was my passion. And I now, I took a pen and paper. I say, you've been selling vegetable. What is the business name you want to do? I wanted to use my money. I actually used my money to register them. But listen to this, please. Just 1 minute more. 1 minute more. I asked her, what name do you want to give your business? You know what the name she gave me? She said, every vegetable must be clean and neat. I said, is that a business name? She said, yes. That's all she wants to answer. But that is her understanding of identifying herself. Identifying herself as somebody who will sell clean and neat vegetable.
Yes.
That is her value proposition eventually.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. We will still discuss.
Thank you. So on to you, Mrs. Amara, as advisor on internally generated revenue. In what ways can government support entrepreneurs? I know that for you, you're talking about generating the revenue, but revenue has got to be earned before government can generate it. So how can government help? Policies, programs, what kind of creative ideas can governments come up with that will help women entrepreneurs, especially in the informal sector?
Okay, thank you very much for that question, because it's a very important question.
Short, so that we have one more round.
You know, speaking from the perspective of a tax administrator or a government person, you talk about the revenue and the numbers and what your performance is on an annual basis. But then how can government help, especially women in business, or small businesses within? Okay, let me just specifically use subnationals, for example. I know there's something that she made reference to, that taxes is not a function of your gender. It's just a function of your income.
Yep.
So, but then when the government gets this funding, that's when they now begin to think of what further hospitals can we build to make sure that women get good medical services for themselves and their children. What extra schools can we build in remote villages? What other opportunities can we give for women to scale? Okay, can we give funding, small funding on quarterly basis or annual basis, and then monitor these women who are doing this business? I quite agree with that, because if we say let government plow back the monies they are collecting in form of revenue back to invest in the women, it might practically not be possible. And then I also still refer to the point that she made. Sometimes these people have actually grown beyond being very small businesses, but they are covered with that disguise. And it happens, for example, in Anambra State. When you come to Anambra, you have over 100 structured markets. You know, these are people who are dealing in 40 feet, 80 feet, 120, whatever feet. But the way they will dress when you come to the market, you almost want to buy them pure water. But these are people who command money. Okay. So it will not work that way. Government saying, okay, let's give them money, or let's give them. So government can only provide that enabling environment. And then at interval, reassess the economic empowerment of their subnational or their environment and say, how can we support? So it is in evaluating how they can support that they can provide things to ensure that these businesses thrive.
Thank you.
Let me, 1 minute, ma, sorry, well, just 30 seconds. Taiwo Oyedele will always say that a country cannot grow by taxing poverty. I quite agree with that as well. So if a government are looking critically to say across what areas can we make sure that these businesses, there are good roads, there is water for those who need water or roads or light or whatever to do their businesses, how do we give training, how do we support? At the national level, you see them giving funding for students who want to go to the university. So these are ways, so you reduce the number of people who will run businesses as illiterate and stuff like that. So I believe
thank you
it's the
very
best bet.
much. I think that having made Mrs. Erine come up here, we should ask her a thing or two. Given your experience at the Tax Appeal Tribunal and your coordinating, do you think that perhaps knowledge, education of issues relating to how businesses are run, do you think it will be beneficial to women entrepreneurs?
Thank you, and thank you for justifying my sitting here.
it's trite that information is power. Enlightenment goes a long way for everyone and for everything, no matter what you're involved in. And so when you come to businesses, definitely, when you enlighten businesses on how to be tax compliant, it will save them money and pain in future. If you enlighten them and clarify issues that have to do with the tax laws, it would also aid them in compliance. Furthermore, and it's not just going to aid them in compliance, it saves them the pain of paying penalties and all of that negative income expenditure. So, when coming to the tax appeal tribunal, when stakeholders are enlightened on their rights to be heard, on the fact that the TAT, for short, is accessible, it's affordable, there's virtual hearing from the comfort of your home, no travels, nothing, and you can be represented by your advisor, by your accountant, or anybody you choose, not necessarily by hiring a legal practitioner. Definitely, it will solve things for the company. But I want to digress. It's okay to sit here and, talk. Of course, we've all been saying very germane things. Women lending a hand. Why do I say that? Some resonates. I'm not a great person at watching TV, but one day I sat there and I saw a young lady come up and talk about her business. She picks stuff from refuge, debris. I don't know if she picked cans or something like that. And then she explained how she had grown. She showed her workers and all of that. Now, if you pick that lady and do a bit of enlightenment, could you imagine what she would explode to? So, that is on one hand. Then us as women helping other women. I know I had the fortune of meeting Mrs. Akintola. I would mention her. She's a CD in FIRS. Smile and the engaging way. I'm sure she doesn't even know me or my name till date. But that was enough for me to, go a step further in trying to do whatever it was I met her for. So what am I trying to say? As women, if you are an accountant, what do you do when you come across that market woman who sells, I'm Igbo, we call it akamu, the dry pap? Okay. No, I don't want just to mean the pap that you drink, the dry one. Do you educate in any shape or form? Do you help that person understand that that business can take that person clearing all debts and, further than that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are completely out of time. But ladies, I'll put you on the spot. In your view, one sentence, what are next steps? One sentence, one short sentence. Who goes first? One sentence. Next steps. What would you advise? What would you advocate?
What's the next steps, right? I'll be very practical. Like my co-panelist said, sitting with those children and hearing what they're able to do. At CITN level, we have student members, but I'm also thinking that it's important that SWIT should have student members. That would not be a bad idea, because this year alone, I've spoken on their platforms about 3 or those associations of tax something at the university. They are very smart. Majority of them, funnily enough, are not in accounting or law. They are in computer science. I don't even know how they pick interest in tax, and they are members of those associations. So maybe CITN should also consider having student members of SWIT, so that when we have activities like this, they broaden their knowledge from the scratch. Then secondly, I also say that, just 30 seconds. There is need for us as SWIT to think of tech for our young girls. Because I think that is the way going forward. Maybe the way we did tax competition this year, maybe next year we should think of a competition around tech or tech-related kind of competition so that, you know, women are...
Thank you. One short sentence, Mrs. Njoku, one short sentence.
Are you biased?
Not at all. That's already a sentence. Go ahead.
Okay.
Next steps.
Yeah. Can we try to celebrate ourselves as women?
Okay.
That woman in that village needs to be celebrated for the little things that she's been able to do. Can we stop pulling ourselves down? Because that is the bane of women each time we try to be to move forward. I said here that I grew from a youth corper to become the director of petroleum resources in this country. That is the CEO of the Department of Petroleum Resources. I don't know if anybody here heard about it. And why? Because the women were at the helm of affairs at that time. The PRO refused to announce it to the industry. And that is why breaking that kind of ceiling was not celebrated, was not even mentioned for recognition. But I know that one day, somebody somewhere will remember that somebody broke the glass ceiling and made way for those children to be able to aspire. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Coker, next steps, final thoughts.
Yes, my final thoughts and my one sentence. Engagement,
Thank you.
enlightenment, separating the formal from the informal properly, ensuring that there is representation when policies are being made, to ensure that the people, the critical people in this space that actually need government support are identified. That goes to data gathering, data cleansing, data analytics. We cannot achieve any of this without accuracy of data. Separating the people that need government support from the people that are outliers in this space and need to be moved out of that space. Simplification of the tax processes to ensure that it is easy for people that want to be enumerated. Education to let them know that they have a right to file nil returns. However, where you file nil returns, you must let us know who is supporting you so that we can transfer the tax due to that person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Sorry? No, that's why you got that. That's why we started with you. We are completely out of time. We are completely out of time. You know, you had given the main presentation. So we are completely out of time. So I'd like to thank you, ladies. You've been absolutely awesome. There have been such beautiful ideas being generated here. And I sympathize about the point that Mrs. Njoku made. But I have also experienced that in parts, significant portions of my life, I have seen women standing by me and providing me solid support. So typically, every time I hear women are their own worst enemies, I say it's wrong. When you go to the National Assembly, when men are throwing chairs, they're not throwing them at women, they're throwing it at themselves. They send hired assassins after themselves. So really, men and women fight each other, but that is not who they are. They also support each other and they build up. I remember what supports Mrs. Justina, Pioneer Okoro, Pioneer SWIT chairperson, gave me. In fact, she forced me to be SWIT chairperson. I was unwilling. She forced me. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity. Our Vice President, thank you for your time and your rapt attention. Our Deputy Vice President, thank you for your time and your rapt attention. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please give a warm round of applause to the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
Please, we request that you please be seated for a while because we need to make a presentation to all our...
So let's take the group photograph first. Take the group photograph. For want of time, let's quickly take the group photograph.
Okay, let's have the group photograph, then we now do the presentation, and then we go to other items.
First, let me say to you, I cannot wait to see you. You are the treasure I've been waiting for. Do you know how much I really need you? I dey pray for the day when I can finally kiss you. You know, say every day I dey pray for you. Oh, in my heart today's a permanent place for you. That's why my heart is a beat like do. Cause now you are true, so I am fair, me, I'm not fair. I sing for you, wanna be like.
Thank you very much. So we'll give you our appreciation now. So let me start with the moderator of session, Barrister Ezenwa Okorafor. The moderator of session, Barrister Mrs. Ezenwa Okorafor. Thank you so very much for that awesome moderation. Thank you. DJ, please. We want to call on Mrs. Amara Kate Oyeka. Thank you so much. Can we have the DVP to also assist us? The DVP, please. So after this one, the DVP will assist.
That's for you, baby.
We have DVP, okay. We have Mrs. Chioma Njoku. Mrs. Chioma Njoku. You know, you actually wanted to stay close to her, so.
Not be just here.
We have our own sister, Dr. Flashade Koka. Thank you so very much. We are all market women. Don't forget that we are all wearing this one. We are all market women.
This is for you. You need to hold it.
DJ, please. Okay, Dr. Wayiman. Okay. Yeah? Okay, yes. Okay. Thank you so very much. Is there another person? No, she was not around. Thank you, sir. Now, the cross of the matter. It's time for the award ceremony. So, but before then, we want to start with the decoration of our 7th life patron. And of course, we have our pioneer chairperson and the SWIT past national chairperson are going to do that. So may I respectfully, you already have, please can you show her, okay, it's already on the screen. Please, may I respectfully invite our own past national chairperson, okay, who has served so well. She has been very supportive of the activities of SWIT and CITN as a body. I want to say that we greatly appreciate you. Your humility humbles me, you know. She's my mentor, my sister, my friend. I know people don't like to hear that. She's an amazing woman. So I want to invite our pioneer chairperson to come. My immediate past chairperson, Dr. Ademola, Dr. Mrs. Kudirat Abrahami, as national chairperson, and of course, the DVP, the vice president, to come and help us decorate this amazing, awesome, beautiful, down-to-earth woman. Yes, let her wear this one as a past national before we now decorate her. Please, can you give me her muffler? Give me her muffler. No? You see, it's green.
True that the phrase that says a golden fish has no hiding place. And that's what we are saying tonight. Her hard work has earned her this recognition.
The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here. The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here.
We go on, please. You hand over to the.
Okay, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for me to invite someone of many parts. Okay. All right.
Thank you very much. I think it would be pretty remiss of me if I just accepted an award and I walked away without saying thank you. Thank you very much to SWIT. Thank you to CITN. Thank you to the current national chairperson of SWIT and her executive, and indeed all SWIT members for accepting that I be honored as 7th Life Patron. I am grateful. SWIT is at the center of my heart, and always, 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 I will do my best to support SWIT in every way possible. Up SWIT! Up SWIT! One appeal I have. If you notice, a lot of us are wearing our hats. I'm not wearing any. Why? Because they made small size hats. Can you please make hats for heads that are not as small? Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'd like to take this moment to invite a gentleman who definitely knows his onions when it comes to public speaking. He's got so many feathers to his cap. He is the SA Media FCT Universal Basic Education Board, a playwright and poet. 12 books to his credit, a founder, National Head-to-Head Debate, coordinator, National Mega Summit of Traditional Rulers, a radio presenter, and a master of ceremony. Please let's receive with every joy Prince Kalu A. Ifeanyi. Please can we put our hands together for him?
Thank you very much, MC. Quickly, I want to say thank you for that applaud. I want to go to the next program, that is awards. But before then, I love what is happening here because as the students are watching, most of them have made up their mind earlier to go and read certain courses. They will begin to change and say they want to go for taxation. As I wanted to be an agric engineer, but my agric teacher discouraged me. My agric teacher discouraged me because of what he did. So I came to class one day. The next thing he told me, he said, what do we have? He said, today we have agricultural science. If you hoot to water, you hoot to water, you hoot to water, you apply mania, water. That is double digging. That is what we have today. After that, I left the class. Put your hands together, please. Thank you very much. So, I want us to look at the projector. We'll see what happened at the 2025 SWIT National Schools debate, a tax debate competition, where we had about 13 to 14 states that contested.
SWIT National Secondary Schools tax debate, 2 years of impact and growth.
Fourth, fifth,
For the past 2 years, this platform has not only
11,
sparked
12,
brilliant
13,
conversations
14.
among
Let us look
young
at what is
minds,
happening, what
but has
happened
also
there.
nurtured confidence, critical thinking. SWIT National Secondary Schools tax debate, 2 years of impact and growth. For the past 2 years, this platform has not only sparked brilliant conversations among young minds, but has also nurtured confidence, critical thinking, and leadership skills in ways we never imagined. When we first started this initiative, our goal was simple: to create a space where students could express themselves, challenge ideas, and grow into articulate, well-informed individuals as it concerns taxation. We believed that debate is more than just an exchange of words. It's a tool for empowerment, and particularly tax education. And what a journey it has been. In just 2 years, we've seen incredible transformations. Schools eagerly signed up, students took the stage with passion, and debates became more than competitions. They became moments of learning, inspiration, and discovery. The impact of this initiative has been nothing short of amazing. Each year, participation has grown, and the enthusiasm from both students and teachers have been overwhelming. We've had thought-provoking topics, spirited arguments, and most importantly, young voices being heard. The chapter coordinators have risen to the challenge each time and have been the foot soldiers through which this national initiative has become a yearly event. Many of our debaters have gone on to represent their schools in bigger competitions, while others have found confidence a generation of thinkers, leaders, change makers, and well-informed tax minds. Of course, every great initiative comes with its challenges. Organizing these debates requires careful planning, coordinating with chapter coordinators, schools, securing venues, and finding judges, among other things. But with each challenge, we found solutions. With the support of dedicated chapter coordinators, teachers, and sponsors, we've kept pushing forward, refining the process, and improving the experience for everyone involved. As we look ahead, our vision is bigger. We want to reach more schools, introduce new debate topics, and generate more positive visibility for SWIT. To make this happen, we need all the support we can get from SWIT members, tax authorities, parents, teachers, partners, and sponsors. Together, we can ensure that more young voices are empowered, more minds are challenged, more future leaders are shaped with the needed tax knowledge. The past 2 years have shown us the power of debate, not just as a competition, but as a tool for transformation.
So without wasting time, because of our precious time, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the juncture, let me invite Naomi Alehon from Edo State She took
Every
third
student
position
we
in
thank
2025
God
SWIT National
bless you.
Schools Tax Debate Competition.
This year's
Could you
debate
please,
committee
coordinator,
led by
come with
Mrs.
her? Keep
Tonia
on clapping until she arrives here.
ACTI.
I tell you, if you witness that
Great
competition,
work
it was not
to all
as
chapter
easy.
coordinators.
They were on hot
whose wings
seats.
SWIT blooms and shines brightly. Your
As that is taking place, I want Anene Mesoma Rejoice from Anambra State. Get very much set. You'll be the second coming. Of course, you came second position from the city of Oka. ₦80,000 cash. Going home with 80,000. Put your hands together, please. We still have a trophy for her. She's going home with a trophy. Go and show the people of Edo State that you came, you saw, and you conquered. Also with a medal. Thank you very much. Going home with a medal also, a bronze medal. Let us go quickly as we invite Anene Mesoma Rejoice from the city of Oka, Anambra State. She emerged second position. Please put your hands together for her, please. The coordinator should follow her, please.
SWIT National Secondary Schools Tax Debate. 2 years of impact and growth.
So Anambra, let's go. She won a cash of 100,000 naira. Put your hands together for her, please.
Come on for the body, know the breathe. Put on your shoe, make it stand at this. All your sorrow, make it dance them free. If you know be kalala, yeah. If you know be kalala, go to them put.
A trophy will be given to her also, including a medal.
What you want, my jojo?
Don't forget, the debate is not just the common debate you used to know. It has to do with your critical thinking, where cramming is not needed. If you try to cram in this type of debate, you mess yourself up.
Vision, oh, I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, stand up.
Mr. DJ, thank you very much. We are transporting ourselves right to Ilori, the capital of Kwara State, where we have our champion. So let us quickly invite one of our features in person of Ms. Agbola Eniola Hamdala, right away from Kwara State. She emerged first position. Keep on clapping until the champion comes.
It's just like that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move,
Give us a citation, please. She'll be going home with the sum of 150,000 naira, a trophy and a medal. Let's have a citation. Yes, it's on the board. Look at a citation on the board. 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 A citation on the board.
Citation of Honorable Hamdalat Eniola Agbola, 3rd SWIT Ambassador, winner, 2025 SWIT National Secondary Schools Debate Competition. Hamdalat Eniola Agbola, a distinguished student and aspiring legal practitioner, hails from Agbola family of Ijaye, Abeokuta, Ogun State. As the second of 6 children, she was raised in an environment that nurtured academic excellence and leadership. Her education began at Omega School, Abeokuta, before moving to Sango Okesuna Junior Secondary School, Ilori. Her exceptional intellect earned her a place on the Kwara State debate team, leading to victory in the President's School Debate Nigeria, PSDN, and a second place finish at the Dubai Nigeria Debate 2022. Currently a student at Queen Elizabeth School, Ilori, Hamdalat's dedication to excellence won her the 2025 SWIT National Secondary Schools Debate. Currently a student at Queen Elizabeth School, Ilori, Hamdalat's dedication to excellence won her the 2025 SWIT National Secondary Schools Debate. As head girl, she exemplifies leadership and a passion for governance. Beyond academics, she enjoys reading, music, and engaging in legal discourse. Hamdalat Eniola Agbola is a beacon of intellectual brilliance and leadership, and we are honored to celebrate her at this Talks Summit program.
Wow. Put your hands together for Hamdala Eniola Agbola from Kwara State, going home with a sum of 150,000 naira, a trophy, and a medal. From today, she becomes SWIFT Ambassador. Live. Please, the Vice President should come. Please, the Vice President, please, we are sorry to bother you. Vice President, please, sir, we are sorry to bother you. Please, come to the podium.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up, stand up.
Wow. Ameda is coming, and I'm more glad to follow also. She's wearing the medal. That is the gold medalist. She is the gold medalist.
So we now want to decorate you as the third SWIT Arts Ambassador.
Joy is coming, joy is coming. Joy is coming. Only early in the morning, you do. Joy is coming, joy is coming. Joy is coming. Only early in the morning, you do.
Don't forget, the first ambassador came from FCT, the second ambassador came from Rivers, then then this one is coming from Kwara. They just prayed.
Thank you so very much. Please, can we leave the stage now? Thank you, because we must leave this hall by 4:30. There's going to be a meeting here. And for want of time, if you look at your brochure from page, what page is that? Page 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, up to 60, 66. And you have the names of all the awardees here. So this is the SWIT Constitution. In line with the provision of the Constitution, it says that we should make known, it say we should make known to the public the abilities, the competencies, the capabilities of the women in taxation. So in other words, we are saying we have them. We have commissioners of finance, we have accountant general, we have a honorable justice of the High Court, we have vice chancellor. So with all these women, if we gather together all the abilities, the capabilities, everything, the brains and the beauty together, we will drive our gender tax initiative. So that's taking part in the arm. But what we'll be doing is that we enhance, okay, the ideas of CITN, our institute. So all the names are here because for want of time, I may not be able to call all the names, more so that not everybody is here. I know some are being represented. But we are going to decorate those who are physically here. So please, if I call your name or you are representing anyone, so kindly step forward so that we'll do all the decorations at once. Okay? Huh? Okay, please. I think you are. Let us showcase you. Let us make known your. Mommy Ebila, please come. We are here. Mrs. Amara Onyeka, Dr. Folashade Koka, Mrs. Njoku, Tolu Walogo, my honorable commissioner from Cross River State, she's here. Dr. Mrs. Abdul Hamid, Mrs. Trisha, Chief Mrs. Trisha Lucy, Dr. Mrs. Arokoyo. Where are the others? I'm looking for them. Dr. Mrs. Orisakwe, Dr. Odum. Then we have Mrs. Bolaji Akintola, Dr. Ononuga. Where are the others? I'm trying to get them in the hall. Mrs. Adenike, okay. Please come forward, come forward, come forward. I'm trying to identify everyone in the hall. Okay, you are representing, if you know you are representing all the women, okay, Mrs. Okoli, Rita Okoli, all the women from Adamawa, you can come and represent them. All the women from Plateau, all the women from Bayelsa. In fact, we have honorable justice from Bayelsa. We have accountant general of the states. Please come and represent them. Okay? Anyone? Okay, we have Pastor Ms. Tokwe Omage. Please come. She's being represented by her daughter. Aisha Nana Obomige. She's being represented by her daughter. Who are the others? Right Honorable Bumi Adelugba, please come forward. The fourth female speaker of Ekiti House of Assembly. Please come forward. Where are the others? I'm trying to see them. Mrs. Opo, please come forward. Where are the others? Please come, please come, please come. Mrs. Dr. Ms. Lydia, she's here. Ajayi. Who are the others? Mrs. Adenike, I've called. Mrs. Margaret Sokwa, okay. Okay. I have, who are the others that are, okay, Akani Banker, okay. I've called you, Mrs. Adisa Goji, the boss of FUC Mina, okay. Mrs. Elpo, please come. Honorable, Right Honorable Bumi Adelugba. Is there anybody see there? Please let the paparazzi begin to roll now. You can see these amazing, phenomenal women. Please clap and celebrate them. And we have some of us online. Please, can we see our online celebrant? Ask them to raise up their hands so that we know that they are actually the ones we are celebrating. Are they not amazing, awesome? And we have a Honorable Commissioner, Cross River, for housing. Dr. Beatrice Igwe, please clap for her. These are women that are going to drive the tax reform as it concerns women in the women perspective. Please, who are you representing?
Mrs. Yidiad Oyeni. Yidiad Oyeni, Director.
Oyeni, Director.
Taxpayers Department.
Dr. Kuka and Mommy Ebila, Princess Ebila. Please clap for her. Ever young, never grows old. Tolu Alogo. Thank you so very much. Please, I want you to follow so that everybody will see you. Please, let's go on. Or maybe we should move downstairs. No. It's good for us to be seen here. Yeah, it's better. So please, can we now invite our president to come, our DVP, our pioneer, our seventh live patron. Where is she? Our seventh live patron. Please come upstairs. Please climb the stage, please. Our seventh live patron. No, before then, bring this thing. This thing. Please bring the brooches. Please, okay, Dr. Biola Adimula, is she not here? I can't see her. She's outside. Please call her in. So I wanted one of the financial person to decorate them first with this. Who is going to do that now? Okay, because you can't do this one because you are going to put it here. Okay, please hold this for me. Please come this way. You give the flag there. My woman, my everything. Sorry, sir. My everything.
Shake your body small. You have been sitting down since. Okay.
Say me girl finer, more than Diana. Other girl China, Oluwa designer, me love Valina. No man can find her, she love me for me.
You say?
Reminder, say you love, give me joy. I'm still your baby boy.
1, 2.
Me promise you, girl, you gonna.
What does MC? I see you.
No one can steal. No one can steal. Get up the girl, none of them cannot deal. They cannot deal. So me say, do you anything, pon the bed, first thing, any money, medicine. You want me everything. No me woman to me, you mean everything. No, my woman.
1, 2.
My everything. My woman. I go buy you anything. My woman. My everything. I go give you anything. My woman, oh, my everything. My woman, oh, my everything. She goes, leave me dead, so say she don't be my woman. She said, don't leave me dead, so say she don't be my woman. I'll be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you sure, make me know the fight. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight. Look out for my eyes, but I'll be alright. Forever, on my laptop, on my keto, if you be dead, on my sheet on. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. I'll be talking to myself, and I don't even notice. She got me feeling like a zombie, and she dey shoot like Chuck Norris. The way she put that body down, you got me falling truly. I just touched down when I see you now. Cause I've been on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you sure, make me know the fight. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight. I pull my eyes, but I'll be alright. Forever, on my laptop, on my keto, on my sheet on. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go.
Hello, DJ, it's okay. Where's the bag that has the muffler now? A very big bag. Somebody, I gave it to you, Tony. I said, no. It has white. It's a white this thing now. Check there. No. Where is it? How can it be that now? There's something that you brought out from this bag now. There are one white leather bag like that. It has this thing there now. Yes. I gave it to you now. No, it's not. No.
But I'll be alright.
I gave it to you.
On my laptop, on my keto, on my sheet on. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. Say them go feel it, them go.
DJ, please, can we have some quietness, please?
Collect your money.
There you go. Hi, baby. Don't mute you.
Opposite can natural. Imana chukwa gozi tomo. Onya no me you, yellow you me. What am I looking for? Say my God, it don't mess with me. They giving me you, giving you me. Opposite keep and watch us so. Opposite keep and watch us me. My baby, you know say you got love for me. I do go. When I call your name, you shout out for me.